Hello everyone, and welcome to the Beast fanfic. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Goku was a demigod claimed at Camp Half-Blood by the goddess Artemis. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Moonlight's Son. The first punch should have killed him. Goku twisted in midair, the massive clawed hand missing his throat by millimeters. He felt the wind rush past his face, smelled the sulphurous breath of the creature. Something his grandfather would have called a demon but which he now understood was something else entirely. The beast roared in frustration, its bull-like head lowering for another charge. That the best you got? Goku landed on the balls of his feet, bouncing lightly despite having just leapt 15 feet straight up. His orange GI, tattered at the edges from 3 days of running and fighting, fluttered in the night breeze coming off Long Island Sound. The monster, a minotaur, if his grandfather's ancient scrolls were accurate, snorted and pawed the ground. Behind it, 2 more creatures owled in the shadows, one with multiple writhing heads, another with leathery wings and talons. Grandfather Gohan had warned him this day would come. When the monsters find you, boy, he'd said in his final moments, seek the camp where the children of gods train. It's your heritage calling you home. Heritage, gods, monsters. None of it made sense 3 days ago. Now, with these nightmares of mythology hunting him across state lines, Goku was starting to believe. The Minotaur charged again, moving with impossible speed for something so massive. But to Goku, it might as well have been underwater. He stepped aside casually, one hand reaching out to grip the creature's horn as it passed. Using the monster's own momentum, he vaulted onto its back. Sorry about this, Goku said, genuinely apologetic. But you're trying to kill me, and I really need to find this camp. He drove his fist down between the monster's shoulder blades, focusing his ki, the inner energy grandfather had taught him to harness since childhood. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the Minotaur's body. The creature froze mid-stride, then collapsed, dissolving into golden dust that scattered in the wind. The remaining monsters hesitated, then advanced together. Goku dropped into a fighting stance, centering his weight. The exhaustion of 3 days without proper rest or food pulled at him, but he pushed it aside. Grandfather's training hadn't allowed for excuses. You guys friends of the bull dude? Goku asked, genuinely curious. Because I'd rather not fight if. The Hydra lunged, they heads striking from different angles simultaneously. Goku's body moved on instinct, weaving between the strikes with movements resembling an elaborate dance. His hand chopped down on one neck, expecting resistance. Instead, the head severed completely, only for 2 more to begin growing immediately from the stump. That's new. The winged creature, a fury, perhaps, dove at him from above while the Hydra's now 6 heads regrouped. Goku waited until the last possible moment, then thrust his palm upward. A pulse of invisible energy erupted from his hand, catching the fury and sending it tumbling backward through the air. Behind you, a new voice called. Goku spun to see a girl with intense gray eyes and a bronze knife sprinting toward the battle. Behind her came 2 more figures, a boy with what appeared to be goat legs, and another girl notching an arrow to a silver bow. The Hydra's heads all turned toward the newcomers, momentarily forgetting Goku. That was its mistake. He leapt high, gathering ki into his palms. Kamehameha. Blue-white energy erupted from his hands in a controlled beam, striking the Hydra's central body. The monster disintegrated instantly, leaving no thing but scattered golden particles drifting through the night air. The fury, seeing its companion destroyed, shrieked and fled into the darkness. Goku landed lightly, turning toward the approaching G-Trio with a friendly smile despite his exhaustion. Hi, I'm Goku. You wouldn't happen to know where I can find a camp for, children of gods, would you? The 3 newcomers stared at him, weapons still raised. Expressions caught between shock and wariness. What in Hades was that? The boy with goat legs finally said. What were you? Countered the gray-eyed girl, her knife still positioned defensively. That energy blast wasn't Greek fire or any magic I've seen before. The 3rd newcomer, the archer, lowered her bow slightly. He's the one we were sent to find. The energy signature Chiron detected. Her eyes, Almost as silver as her bow in the moonlight, assessed Goku with unsettling intensity. Though I didn't expect, whatever that was. Goku scratched the back of his head, his wild black hair sticking out in all directions. Sorry if I surprised you. Grandfather taught me to channel ki, internal energy. Been doing it since I could walk. He looked between them hopefully. So, about that camp. The girl with the knife finally lowered her weapon. I'm Athena, daughter of Athena, goddess of wisdom and battle strategy. She gestured to her companions. This is Grover, a satyr, and Talia, daughter of Zeus. Quote, cool. Goku's eyes widened with genuine excitement. My grandfather told me stories about the gods, but I never knew they were real until these monsters started chasing me. And you've been fighting them for how long? Talia asked, her electric blue eyes narrowing. 3 days, I think. They found me after grandfather died. A shadow passed over Goku's usually cheerful face. He said they'd come eventually. That they could smell my divine blood, or something. Grover sniffed the air pointedly. You definitely smell like a half-blood. But different, more potent, somehow. Half-blood. Demigod, Athena explained, studying him with analytical precision. Half-human, half-god. That's what you are. What we are. She gestured to herself and Talia. Though most of us can't do whatever that energy beam was. Goku's stomach growled loudly, interrupting the conversation. He laughed, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Sorry, haven't eaten since yesterday morning. Hard to stop for meals when monsters keep finding you. Something in his guileless explanation seemed to soften the trio's wariness. Camp Half-Blood is just through those trees, Talia said, pointing toward a dense forest. We can get you food there, and answers. Really? Great. Goku's entire demeanor brightened. He took a step forward, then swayed dangerously. Athena moved quickly, catching his arm before he could fall. Whoa, how are you even standing after 3 days of fighting monsters? Goku steadied himself, surprised by his own weakness. Grandfather's training, I guess. He'd make me go days without food sometimes, to strengthen my spirit. He smiled apologetically. Though I usually sleep a lot afterward. Your grandfather sounds like a delightful man. Talia muttered sarcastically. He was the best. Goku replied with such earnest conviction that Talia looked momentarily ashamed of her quip. Grover and Athena exchanged glances. Let's get him to camp before more monsters show up, Grover suggested. Chiron will want to meet him right away. They led Goku through the forest, supporting him when necessary, though he insisted on walking under his own power most of the way. As they approached a large pine tree cresting a hill, Goku felt a strange tingling sensation wash over him. That's the boundary, Athena explained, noticing his reaction. Magical protection. Monsters can't cross it. Beyond the pine tree, a valley spread out below them. Even in the dim moonlight, Goku could make out a collection of unusual buildings arranged in a U shape. A large farmhouse with a wrap-around porch, strawberry fields, an amphitheater, and what appeared to be battle arenas. Wow, he breathed. Grandfather would have loved this place. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood, Talia said, a hint of pride in her voice. Home of the demigods. As they descended into the valley, several campers noticed their approach and gathered curiously. Whispers spread quickly as people pointed at the newcomer in the strange orange GI. A centaur, a real centaur, just like in grandfather's scrolls, trotted forward to meet them. His human half was out of a middle-aged man with a short beard and kind eyes that somehow seemed ancient. Ah, you've found him, the centaur said, his gaze fixing on Goku with intense interest. I am Chiron, activities director of Camp Half-Blood. Goku stared in amazement, then bowed respectfully as his grandfather had taught him. I'm Son Goku. Thank you for sending help. We sensed an unusual energy signature 3 days ago, Chiron explained. When it began moving rapidly toward camp, pursued by multiple monsters, we dispatched our retrieval team. He looked to Athena. Report. He destroyed a minotaur and a hydra single-handedly, she said, unable to keep the amazement from her voice. Using some kind of energy projection technique I've never seen before. Not Greek fire. Not godly power as we understand it. Murmurs rippled through the gathered campers. Key manipulation, Goku offered helpfully. My grandfather taught me. And who was your grandfather? Chiron asked carefully. Son Gohan. He found me as a baby in the mountains. Said I was different. Special. He trained me in martial arts and key manipulation until he died last week. Goku's voice caught slightly. His last words were to find this camp. Said I'd learn about my real parents here. Chiron's expression softened. And we shall help you discover your divine parentage, young one. But first, Goku's stomach growled again, this time loud enough to startle nearby campers. Perhaps some sustenance is in order, Chiron finished with a gentle smile. Food would be amazing, Goku agreed fervently. The dining pavilion is this way, Chiron said, gesturing toward a column structure where tables were arranged. Though dinner was hours ago, I believe the harpies can prepare something. As they walked, campers continued to stare and whisper. Goku noticed they all wore orange t-shirts with Camp Half-Blood printed on them, though his own bright orange GI was quite different in style. So everyone here has a god for a parent? Goku asked. Or a goddess, corrected a new voice. A girl with honey blonde hair and striking gray eyes, similar to Athena's, approached them. I'm Annabeth Chase, senior counselor for Athena Cabin. Another daughter of Athena? Goku asked, looking between her and his rescuer. We're half-sisters, Athena explained. Most cabins have multiple siblings. That must be nice, Goku said wistfully. I've always been on my own with grandfather. No siblings, no neighbors for miles. Something in his simple honesty seemed to touch Annabeth. Her analytical expression softened slightly. Well, once you're claimed by your godly parent, you'll have cabin mates. Claimed. Your divine parent will send a sign acknowledging you as their child, Chiron explained. Until then, you will stay in Hermes' cabin. They welcome all newcomers. They reached the dining pavilion, where 3 harpies, women with wings and bird-like features, emerged from the kitchen area. Chiron explained Goku's situation, and the harpies disappeared, returning moments later with plates of food. What followed astonished even Chiron. Goku ate, and continued eating at a pace and volume that defied comprehension. Plates emptied faster than the harpies could refill them. Entire loaves of bread vanished in seconds. Fruits, vegetables, meats, and cheeses disappeared as if by magic. Is he breathing between bites? Someone whispered. I've never seen anyone eat more than a child of Hermes after a quest, another commented. Goku finally slowed, looking up with a satisfied smile at the circle of stunned faces surrounding him. That was great, thank you. 20 empty plates were stacked beside him. The harpies looked both offended and impressed. Well, Chiron said, recovering first. You certainly have a healthy appetite. Grandfather said my body needs more fuel than normal people because of my energy output, Goku explained, patting his stomach contentedly. Fighting those monsters for 3 days without much food was really tough. A boy with sea green eyes and disheveled black hair pushed through the crowd. Did I hear correctly that you took down a Minotaur and a Hydra by yourself? On your first monster encounter. Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, Annabeth introduced. Our senior combat instructor. Nice to meet you. Goku extended his hand. And yeah, Thog. It was actually my 4th monster encounter. The first 3 days had a lot of others, snake women, giant dogs, bird ladies. I lost count. Percy shook his hand, his eyes widening at Goku's firm grip. And you survived all that with no training. No weapon. Oh, I've had training, Goku corrected. 14 years of it. Grandfather was a master martial artist. And I use my body as a weapon. He demonstrated a lightning-fast series of punches and kicks that blurred in the torchlight, ending in a perfect stance. The campers murmured appreciatively. But no celestial bronze. Percy pressed. No divine weapon. Goku shook his head. Just key manipulation. Want to see? Without waiting for an answer, he extended his palm. A small sphere of blue-white energy formed above it, illuminating the pavilion with gentle light. The sphere hovered, pulsing slightly with Goku's heartbeat. The campers gasped collectively. Even Chiron took a step back. That's not godly power, he said quietly. At least, not any I've witnessed in 3,000 years. Goku closed his hand, and the energy dissipated. Grandfather said it's the life force within all living things. Most people never learn to access it. He said I had unusual potential for it. I'll say, Percy muttered, clearly impressed. A horn sounded in the distance, startling Goku. The evening campfire is ending, Chiron explained. All campers will be returning to their cabins soon. We should get you situated in Hermes' cabin until you're claimed. As they walked toward a collection of varied cabins, Goku asked, "How long does claiming usually take?" "It varies," Chiron replied. "The gods promised to claim their children by age 13 after the last Titan War, but many are recognized much sooner. Given your unusual abilities, I suspect your divine parent will want to claim you quickly." They approached a worn-looking cabin with a caduceus symbol over the door. Before they could enter, however, a commotion broke out near the central campfire. "Chiron," a voice called urgently, "we need you at the fire. Something's happening." The centaur frowned. "Wait here with Percy and Annabeth," he instructed Goku. The N trotted quickly toward the large amphitheater where most campers had gathered. "What could be happening?" Goku asked. Percy and Annabeth exchanged glances. "Let's find out," Percy suggested, clearly unable to contain his curiosity. They followed Chiron at a distance, joining the edge of a large crowd gathered around a massive bonfire. The flames shifted colors, currently a nervous purple, as they rose 30 feet into the night sky. Chiron was speaking urgently with a heavy-set man in a Hawaiian shirt who somehow radiated power despite his slovenly appearance. Goku instinctively recognized authority in the man's posture. "That's Mr. D," Annabeth whispered. "Dionysus, god of wine. He's the camp director. A real god." Goku whispered back, studying the unimpressive figure with fascination. "Don't let his appearance fool you," Percy warned. "He could turn you into a dolphin with a thought." "Cool," Goku replied with genuine appreciation. The crowd suddenly parted as Chiron turned, his eyes scanning until they found Goku at the perimeter. "Bring him forward," the centaur called. Percy and Annabeth led a confused Goku toward the central fire. As they approached, the flames changed color again, shifting to a brilliant silver that illuminated the entire amphitheater with moon-like radiance. "What's happening?" Goku asked, noticing how campers were now staring at him with even more intensity than before. "I believe," Chiron said slowly, "that you're about to be claimed." The silver flames rose higher, shapes forming within them, deer running, arrows flying, forests unfolding. The fire suddenly erupted upward in a column of silver light that enveloped Goku completely. He felt warmth, not burning but comforting, like moonlight concentrated into physical sensation. His skin tingled, and he sensed something awakening within him, power that had always been there but dormant until now. When the silver light receded, a glowing symbol hovered above Goku's head, a silver bow and arrow encircled by a full moon. The entire camp had fallen silent. Chiron's face showed shock for the first time since Goku had met him. Even Mr. D appeared stunned, his Diet Coke frozen halfway to his lips. "It is determined," Chiron finally said, his voice breaking the silence as he knelt. All around the fire, campers followed suit, dropping to one knee. Even Percy and Annabeth, they exchanged troubled glances as they did so. "Artemis," Chiron announced, "goddess of the hunt, the moon, and chastity. Hail, son Goku, child of the maiden goddess." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the crackling of the still silver flames. "That's impossible," someone finally whispered. "Artemis doesn't have children," another voice added. "She's sworn to eternal maidenhood," a third insisted. Goku looked around at the kneeling campers, confused by their reactions. Is that unusual?" Percy snorted at the understatement, earning a sharp elbow from Annabeth. "It is unprecedented," Chiron said carefully, rising to his hooves. "Lady Artemis has never had a demigod child. Her oath of chastity has stood for millennia." Mr. D finally took a swig of his Diet Coke, then chuckled darkly. Well, my little sister has some explaining to do. Father is going to be absolutely furious." He seemed delighted by the prospect. "What does this mean?" Goku asked, still not fully comprehending the magnitude of the revelation. "It means," Chiron said, studying Goku with new eyes, "that your existence is something of a divine mystery. One that may have significant repercussions." The silver symbol above Goku's head finally faded, but the stunned expressions around him remained. "Where will he stay?" Annabeth asked practically. "Artemis has no cabin." "Well, she does, but it's honorary. Only her hunters use it when they visit. The hunters of Artemis," Chiron explained, seeing Goku's confusion. Lady Artemis's immortal companions. Maidens who have sworn off the company of men to follow the goddess. So, I have sisters? Goku asked hopefully. Several campers laughed nervously. I doubt they'll see it that way, Percy muttered. Chiron stroked his beard thoughtfully. For tonight, Cabin 8, Artemis's cabin, is empty. The hunters are not currently in residence. I believe it would be appropriate for Goku to stay there while we sort this out. I'll send word to Olympus immediately, Mr. D said, his tone suggesting he was looking forward to the divine drama that would unfold. Artemis will need to explain this anomaly. He gave Goku a scrutinizing look. Though I must say, for one of my sister's offspring, you're surprisingly male. With that cryptic comment, the god vanished in a purple flash, leaving behind the scent of grapes. Come, Chiron said to Goku, I'll show you to your cabin. The rest of you, return to your cabins for curfew. There will be time for questions tomorrow. As the crowd dispersed, whispers and theories spreading like wildfire, Chiron led Goku toward a silver cabin that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Its exterior was simple but elegant, adorned with images of wild animals and crescent moons. It's beautiful, Goku said sincerely. Lady Artemis appreciates simplicity and natural beauty, Chiron agreed. Though I must warn you, no male has ever slept in this cabin before. The hunters may not appreciate your presence when they return. Will they be back soon? Goku asked, suddenly concerned about angering his apparent divine family. They come and go as Lady Artemis commands, Chiron replied. But given recent developments, I suspect we may see them sooner rather than later. Inside, the cabin was spare but comfortable, with silver-sheeted bunks along the walls. And a small central hearth that burned with silver flames. Animal pelts decorated the floors, and a statue of Artemis with her bow stood in a position of honor. Goku approached the statue curiously. The goddess was depicted as a young woman with a determined expression, bow drawn, ready to hunt. Something about her eyes reminded him of his own reflection, the same intensity, the same connection to something wild and free. Is she my mother? He asked hesitantly. Chiron sighed. That is the question, isn't it? By all accounts, it should be impossible. Yet the claiming was clear. He studied Goku with renewed interest. Tell me again about your earliest memories. Grandfather said he found me as a baby in the mountains, near his dojo. I was alone, lying in a crater as if I'd fallen from the sky. He always said it was as if the moon itself had delivered me. Goku smiled at the memory. I thought it was just a story. Perhaps not, Chiron murmured. The gods work in mysterious ways. Rest now. Tomorrow will bring challenges enough. After Chiron left, Goku chose a bunk and lay down, too exhausted to worry about divine politics or impossible parentage. The silver sheets seemed to cool his skin pleasantly, and the moonlight streaming through the windows felt like a gentle caress. For the first time in days, he slept without dreams. Morning brought chaos. Goku awoke to raised voices outside the cabin. He stretched, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings, then remembered the events of the previous night. The voices grew louder, and he recognized Chiron's among them. Attempting to maintain order, curious, Goku stepped outside to find a small crowd gathered around his cabin. They fell silent when he appeared, staring at him with expressions ranging from awe to suspicion. Good morning, he offered tentatively. Chiron trotted forward. Ah, Goku, I hope you rested well. There's been significant interest in your arrival. That's an understatement, said a tall girl with electric blue eyes whom Goku recognized from the previous night, Talia, daughter of Zeus. The whole camp's talking about nothing else. Why? Goku asked, genuinely perplexed by the attention. A girl with dark hair and intense eyes stepped forward. Because Artemis doesn't have children. Especially not sons. She studied him with undisguised skepticism. I'm Clarice, daughter of Ares. And I want to see what makes you so special. Her challenging tone was unmistakable. Several campers shifted nervously, while others looked eager for potential conflict. Goku, however, brightened immediately. You want to spar? Great. I haven't had a good training session in days. His enthusiastic response clearly wasn't what Clarice expected. She frowned, then nodded sharply. Combat arena, 10 minutes. As she stalked away, followed by several of her cabin mates, Chiron sighed. That may not have been the wisest response, Goku. Clarice is our most accomplished warrior. Goku grinned. Even better. Grandfather always said the best way to improve is to fight someone stronger than yourself. I'm not certain you understand, Chiron began, but Percy interrupted, pushing through the crowd. Let him go, Chiron. Clarice needs to be taken down a peg occasionally. He turned to Goku. Though you might want to borrow some armor from the weapons shed first. Armor. Goku looked down at his orange GI. This is all I need. Grandfather designed it for maximum mobility and durability. CK series of kicks and punches that blurred with speed. C. Perfect freedom of movement. Percy raised an eyebrow. Your funeral, man. Word of the impending match spread quickly. By the time Goku reached the combat arena, a circular sand-covered space surrounded by stone T. Eyres for spectators, nearly the entire camp had gathered to watch. Clarice waited in the center, fully armored in celestial bronze with a wicked spear crackling with electricity. Her confidence was evident in her stance, shoulders back, weight centered, weapon held with practiced ease. Nice of you to show up, she called as Goku entered the arena. Still not wearing armor, huh? Your mistake. Goku stepped onto the sand, dropping into a fighting stance that seemed deceptively casual to onlookers. I'm ready when you are. Chiron moved to the edge of the arena. This is to be a demonstration match only, he announced firmly. First to yield or become incapacitated. No lethal force. He looked between the two combatants, receiving a curt nod from Clarice and an excited grin from Goku. Begin. Clarice didn't hesitate. She charged forward with surprising speed, her electric spear aimed directly at Goku's chest. Most campers expected the newcomer to dodge or attempt to parry. Instead, Goku simply stood his ground, watching the approaching weapon with calm interest. At the last possible moment, as the spear's tip was mere inches from his heart, Goku's hand shot up with blinding speed. He caught the shaft of the spear, stopping Clarice's charge instantly. The entire arena went silent. Clarice's momentum should have driven her forward regardless of Goku's grip, but he stood unmoved, as if rooted to the earth. The daughter of Ares strained against his hold, muscles bulging with effort, but the spear didn't budge. You're pretty strong, Goku observed cheerfully. This is going to be fun. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the spear upward, causing Clarice to stumble forward off balance. Rather than press his advantage, he stepped back, allowing her to recover. Don't toy with me, she growled, adjusting her grip and circling warily. I'm not, Goku protested. I just want to see what you can do. Clarice attacked again, this time with a series of quick thrusts and sweeps designed to test Goku's defenses. He responded with minimal movements, dodging or deflecting each strike with almost casual ease. He's not even trying, Percy murmured from the stands. No, Annabeth agreed, her analytical gaze fixed on the match. He's learning her style, watching, adapting. After a full minute of unsuccessful attacks, Clarice changed tactics. She feinted high, then dropped low, sweeping her spear at Goku's legs. When he jumped to avoid it, she triggered the spear's electrical charge. Lightning arced from the weapon, catching Goku midair. The crowd gasped as electricity enveloped him. But instead of falling, Goku's expression shifted to one of surprise, then interest. He landed lightly, his GI smoking slightly, but otherwise unharmed. That tickled, he said, sounding genuinely delighted by the new experience. Is that a special technique of yours? Clarice's frustration was evident. Fight back, damn it. If you insist. Goku's demeanor changed instantly. The casual posture vanished, replaced by focused intensity. What followed left the entire camp speechless. Goku moved with such speed that many spectators lost track of him entirely. One moment he stood 3 paces from Clarice, the next, he was behind her, then beside her, then above her, a blur of orange delivering precise strikes that tested her defenses without overwhelming them. Clarice fought valiantly, her years of training evident in her responses. She managed to block or evade perhaps 1 strike in 5, an impressive ratio against such speed, but not to prevent herself from being gradually maneuvered across the arena. When her back nearly touched the arena wall, Goku finally ended it. He swept her legs from under her while simultaneously disarming her with a precise strike to her wrist. Before she hit the ground, he caught her by the arm, ensuring she landed gently rather than painfully. The entire exchange had taken less than 30 seconds. Clarice lay on her back, spear gone, a forearm pressed lightly but firmly across her throat. Goku looked down at her, no longer smiling but not gloating either. "Do you yield?" he asked quietly. For a moment, hatred flashed in Clarice's eyes, the natural response of a child of Ares to defeat. Then, surprisingly, it was replaced by something like respect. "I yield," she said clearly. Goku immediately released her and extended a hand to help her up. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. "That was great," he said, his friendly demeanor returning instantly. "You're really skilled. That lightning spear is amazing." Quote. Clarice studied him, clearly reassessing. "You weren't even trying your hardest, were you?" Goku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Well, I wanted to make it a good match. No fun if it ends too quickly, right?" A laugh escaped Clarice, a sound rarely heard in the arena. "You're either the most insulting or the most honest opponent I've ever faced." She retrieved her spear. "We'll have a rematch soon, Moonboy. And next time, don't hold back." The nickname, though intended to be dismissive, didn't seem to bother Goku at all. He grinned and bowed slightly, looking forward to it. Quote. As Clarice exited the arena, the stunned silence among the spectators finally broke. Conversations erupted everywhere, campers debating what they'd just witnessed. Chiron approached Goku, his expression thoughtful. "That was illuminating. Where did you learn to fight like that?" "Grandfather trained me since I could walk," Goku explained. He was a master of several martial arts traditions. "Said I was a natural." "Natural doesn't begin to cover it," Percy said, joining them in the arena. "I've fought gods who weren't that fast." Goku brightened at the compliment. "Really? You've fought gods? That sounds amazing. Would you spar with me sometime?" Percy laughed despite himself. "Maybe after I've had a few more years of training." "Goku," Chiron interrupted, "I believe it's time for you to tour the rest of camp and begin your orientation." "Percy, would you and Annabeth mind showing our new camper around?" "Sure thing," Percy agreed. "Though after that display, I'm not sure what we could teach him about combat." "There's more to being a demigod than fighting," Chiron reminded him. "And I suspect Goku has much to learn about his divine heritage." As they left the arena, Goku's stomach growled loudly. "Is it time for breakfast?" he asked hopefully. "Fighting always makes me hungry." "Everything makes you hungry, from what I've seen," Annabeth observed, joining them. "But yes, the dining pavilion should be serving now." Breakfast proved to be another spectacle, with Goku consuming quantities of food that left the nature spur. Its serving breakfast both amazed and dismayed. He ate alone at the Artemis table, a situation that clearly bothered him more than his unusual parentage. "Are meals always this, separated?" he asked, gesturing to the various tables, each filled with campers who shared distinctive family traits. "Camp rules," Percy explained from the nearby Poseidon table, where he also sat alone. "We eat with our cabins. But isn't everyone here related somehow?" Goku pressed, looking around at the divided dining pavilion. "If all the gods are family, doesn't that make us all cousins or something?" "Sever." Nearby campers laughed at his innocent observation. "Technically, yes," Annabeth admitted from the Athena table. "But divine family trees are complicated. And it helps prevent conflicts," Percy added. "Some cabins don't exactly get along." Goku frowned slightly. "That's sad. Grandfather always said shared meals build harmony among warriors." His simple statement carried surprising weight, causing several campers to glance at their own tables with new consideration. After breakfast, Percy and Annabeth gave Goku a tour of the camp. They showed him the climbing wall with its lava flows. "Cool. Can I try it right now?" "The Pegasus stables, they can really fly." "Amazing." "The armory, grandfather would have loved these weapons." "And the forest stocked with monsters for trainin'." Exercises, you keep monsters on purpose." "That's brilliant." Throughout the tour, Goku's enthusiasm never wavered. He approached each new discovery with childlike wonder combined with a warrior's assessment, often asking insightful questions about training methods and battle applications that impressed even Annabeth. They ended the tour at the archery range, where campers were practicing under the guidance of Apollo cabin members. "Given your parentage, you might have natural talent for archery," Annabeth suggested. Lady Artemis is goddess of the hunt, after all. Goku looked doubtful. Grandfather tried to teach me bow hunting once. It didn't go well. He mimicked drawing a bow, then making an explosion sound. I broke 3 bows before he decided to focus on hand-to-hand combat instead. Still worth trying, Percy encouraged. Divine abilities sometimes manifest in unexpected ways. Will Solace, head counselor for Apollo Cabin, approached them with a friendly smile. New camper, want to try your hand at archery? This is Goku, Annabeth introduced. He was claimed by Artemis last night. Will's smile froze. By Artemis. That's impossible, unprecedented, mysterious, I've been hearing that a lot. Goku finished for him, his tone good-natured. But yes, that's what the silver bow and moon symbol meant, apparently. Will recovered quickly. Well, as Apollo's son, I guess that makes me your uncle, cousin. The family relationships get confusing. He offered a bow. Either way, you should be a natural at this. Artemis is even better with a bow than my dad, though don't tell him I said that. Quote, Goku accepted the bow, testing its weight and flexibility with cautious hands. I'll try not to break it. These are reinforced with celestial bronze, Will assured him. Practically indestructible, he led Goku to the firing line and demonstrated proper form. Goku watched attentively, then mimicked the stance with surprising accuracy. Good posture, Will approved. Now, knock the arrow. Draw back to your cheek, aim, and release when you're ready. Goku followed the instructions carefully. He knocked the arrow, drew the string back, and the bow shattered in his hands. Fragments of wood and metal scattered across the range. Campers ducked for cover as celestial bronze shards pinged off targets and posts. When the chaos settled, Goku stood whole. Ding only the string and a few splinters, his expression mortified. I am so sorry, he apologized immediately. I didn't mean to. I was trying to be gentle, really. Will stared at the destroyed bow in shock. That was our strongest composite bow. Reinforced with celestial bronze and blessed by my father personally. I'll pay for it, Goku offered, though his concerned expression suggested he had no idea how he would accomplish this. It's not about payment, Will said, recovering his composure. I'm just trying to understand how you did that. Even Clarice at her strongest couldn't shatter one of these. Percy and Annabeth exchanged meaningful glances. Maybe archery isn't your divine gift after all, Percy suggested diplomatically. I told you, Goku sighed. Grandfather gave up on teaching me after the 3rd bow. Let's try something else, Annabeth suggested. There are other ways to connect with your divine heritage. They led Goku away from the archery range, leaving behind a still stunned Will and a group of Apollo campers examining the fragments of their supposedly indestructible bow. What else could we try? Goku asked, eager despite the setback. Well, Artem is as goddess of the hunt and wilderness, Annabeth mused. Perhaps tracking. They headed toward the forest, where Chiron was instructing a group of younger campers on wilderness survival. The centaur welcomed them warmly. Ah, perfect timing. We were about to begin a tracking exercise, he told them. Goku, perhaps you'd like to participate. We've released several mechanical creatures in the forest. The objective is to track and capture them without being detected. Like hunting? Goku asked. Similar, yes, though we use training automatons rather than real animals, Chiron explained. The exercise develops stealth, observation, and patience, all qualities Lady Artemis values. Goku nodded enthusiastically. I'd love to try. The younger campers eyed him warily, having already heard about his performance against Clarice. Maybe he should go alone, one whispered. Give us a fighting chance. Chiron overheard and smiled. Actually, I think it would be educational for you to observe Goku's approach. You'll follow at a distance, watching his technique. He turned to Goku. The automatons are programmed to evade capture. They're quite sophisticated, able to hide, create false trails, and detect pursuers. Even experienced hunters find them challenging. Sounds fun, Goku said. What do they look like? Various forest creatures. Deer, foxes, birds. Each has a silver tag that you must retrieve to prove capture. Chiron handed him a small pouch. No weapons necessary for this exercise. Just skill and awareness. The group entered the forest, moving quietly along a well-worn path until Chiron halted them in a small clearing. "We begin here," he announced. "Goku, how would you proceed?" Goku surveyed the clearing thoughtfully, then closed his eyes. The other CAMPERS watched curiously as he stood perfectly still, seeming to listen to the forest itself. "There," he said suddenly, pointing northeast without opening his eyes. "Something mechanical is moving rough the underbrush about 200 yards that way." Chiron's eyebrows rose in surprise. "You can sense it from here." Goku opened his eyes. "I can feel the difference between its movement and the natural forest life. It's disrupting the energy flow." He looked slightly embarrassed at his explanation. "Grandfather taught me to sense ki, life energy. The automaton has a different signature, I guess you could call it." "Fascinating," Chiron murmured. "Proceed, then. We'll follow at a distance." What followed was a revelation even to Chiron, who had trained heroes for millennia. Goku moved through the forest with preternatural awareness, not just tracking but seeming to anticipate the automaton's movements. He never broke a twig or disturbed a leaf, his powerful frame somehow becoming silent and nearly invisible despite his bright orange GI. The younger campers struggled to keep him in sight, even with Chiron's guidance. Percy and Annabeth, more experienced, managed better. Oot still found themselves impressed by Goku's woodcraft. "He moves like a hunt," Annabeth began, then stopped herself, the implication clear. "He moved like a hunter of Artemis, those maidens blessed by the goddess with supernatural tracking abilities." Within 15 minutes, Goku had located and captured not just one automaton but 3, a mechanical deer, fox, and hawk. Each time, he approached so stealthily that the sophisticated machines didn't detect him until his hand was already on their silver tags. When they regrouped in the clearing, Goku handed the 3 tags to Chiron with a humble smile. "That was amazing," one of the younger campers breathed. "How did you know where the hawk would land?" "I didn't exactly," Goku admitted. "But birds follow patterns when they hunt." This was circling above a small meadow where mice were moving. "I just waited where it would eventually perch." "You learned all this from your grandfather?" Chiron asked. Goku nodded. "He taught me to hunt when I was very young. Said I needed to understand the forest to become a complete warrior." His expression grew wistful. "We lived off the land most of the time. Hunting, gathering, growing what we could." "You have a natural affinity for the wilderness," Chiron observed. "A gift from your divine mother, perhaps." Goku brightened at the suggestion. "You think so? That would be nice. A connection to her, I mean." The simple comment touched everyone present. Despite his extraordinary abilities, Goku's desire for family connection was profoundly human. "I believe we can say with confidence that your tracking abilities are exceptional," Chiron concluded. "Now, perhaps." He was interrupted by a conch horn blowing 3 short blasts. "What's that?" Goku asked, instantly alert. "A summons to the big house," Chiron explained, his expression turning serious. "And 3 blasts means." He glanced at Percy and Annabeth, who had both tensed visibly. "Olympian business," Annabeth finished. "The gods have sent a message." "About me?" Goku asked, putting the pieces together quickly. "Most likely," Chiron agreed. "We should go immediately." They hurried back through the forest, younger campers dispersing to their regular activities while Chiron, Percy, Annabeth, and Goku made their way to the large farmhouse Goku had seen the previous night. On the porch waited Mr. D, looking unusually alert. And a new figure, a girl of about 16 with auburn hair and silvery yellow eyes that seemed to glow slightly. She wore silver camouflage pants and a silver jacket over a black shirt. A bow was slung across her back, and a silver circlet adorned her brow. Her gaze fixed on Goku immediately, her expression unreadable but intense. "Lady Artemis?" Chiron asked in surprise, bowing deeply. "No," the girl replied, her voice clear and commanding despite her youth. "Talia Grace, Lieutenant of the Hunters. Lady Artemis sent me ahead while she attends an emergency council on Olympus." Her eyes never left Goku. "This is him, the boy claiming to be her son." "I didn't claim anything," Goku said honestly. "The silver bow and moon appeared above my head last night. Everyone else said it meant Artemis was my mother." Quote, Talia studied him with piercing intensity. "Lady Artemis has never had children." "Never." Her oath of maidenhood is absolute. And yet, Mr. D interjected, clearly enjoying the drama. The claiming was legitimate. I witnessed it myself. Divine recognition cannot be faked. There must be some explanation, Talia insisted. Indeed, Chiron agreed, which is why, I assume, you've been sent to us. Talia nodded curtly. The hunters are a day's journey behind me. I came ahead on Lady Artemis's fastest stag to evaluate the situation. She turned to Goku. She wishes to know more about you before she arrives. I'm an open book, Goku said, spreading his hands. Ask me anything. Let's continue this conversation inside, Chiron suggested, noting the gathering crowd of curious campers at a not-so-discreet distance. Inside the big house, they settled in a comfortable sitting room. Mr. D conjured himself a Diet Coke and lounged in a leopard print chair. While Chiron remained standing, his horse body too large for the furniture. Talia remained on her feet as well, too tense to sit. She paced as she questioned Goku. Tell me about your earliest memories. Goku recounted what he'd told Chiron, being found by grandfather Gohan as a baby, the crater in the mountain, the old man's belief that the moon had delivered him. And your growth, your development, Talia pressed. Grandfather said I was unusual from the start. Stronger than any child he'd ever seen. He began training me in martial arts as soon as I could walk. Goku smiled at the memory. He used to say I was a natural warrior, born with instincts most people train lifetimes to develop. And these energy techniques, this, ki, manipulation, that came later, around age 7. Grandfather noticed I could sense things others couldn't, feel the life energy in plants, animals, people. He taught me to access my own energy, then shape it, direct it. Goku demonstrated why forming a small sphere of blue-white energy above his palm. Talia's eyes widened slightly. That's not godly power. No, Chiron agreed. It's something else entirely. Grandfather called it the universal life force. Goku explained. He said everyone has it, but few learn to use it consciously. And your grandfather, was he a demigod? A legacy of the gods? Goku shook his head. I don't think so. He never mentioned it if he was. He was just a martial arts master who lived in the mountains. He studied many traditions, some from places I'd never heard of. Where is he now? Talia asked. A shadow passed over Goku's face. He died last week. That's when the monsters started finding me. His last words were to seek out the camp where the children of gods train. Said I'd learn about my heritage there. Something in Goku's sincere grief seemed to soften Talia's suspicious demeanor slightly. I'm sorry for your loss, she said, her tone gentler. One more question. Have you had any communication with Lady Artemis? Dreams, visions, signs. Goku considered this carefully. Not directly, no, but, he hesitated. There were nights when I'd feel drawn to train under the full moon. Grandfather said I was always stronger then, more focused. And sometimes, when I was hunting, I'd get these intuitions. Like I knew exactly where the prey would be, without tracking it. Talia exchanged glances with Chiron. Those could be manifestations of Artemis's domain. Or simply his own natural talents, Chiron cautioned. There's one more thing, Goku added hesitantly. Grandfather had this old scroll. I couldn't read the language, but he said it told of a child of the moon, who would bridge worlds and challenge the heavens. He believed it referred to me. He shrugged apologetically. It probably sounds silly. Prophecies rarely sound sensible until they're fulfilled, Chiron noted. Do you have this scroll? Goku shook his head regretfully. Our dojo burned when grandfather died. I barely escaped with his staff and the clothes I was wearing. Talia finally sat down, her rigid posture relaxing slightly. Lady Artemis will want to evaluate him personally. And when will she grace us with her divine presence? Mr. D asked, his tone making it clear he found the whole situation entertaining. After the emergency council concludes, Talia replied. Zeus demanded explanations from her immediately. She glanced at Goku. Your claiming has created quite a stir on Olympus. I'm sorry for causing trouble, Goku said sincerely. Talia studied him, seeming to reassess her initial judgment. It may not be your fault. Divine affairs are complicated. In the meantime, Chiron interjected, Goku should continue his orientation and training. The claiming was legitimate, whatever its explanation may be. He deserves to learn about his heritage, complex though it may be. Agreed, Talia said, rising. I'll observe his training until Lady Artemis arrives. Her tone made it clear this wasn't a request. Of course, Chiron agreed smoothly. Perhaps you could demonstrate some of the tracking techniques the hunters employ. Goku has shown remarkable aptitude in that area. Talia nodded curtly. We'll begin this afternoon. As they left the big house, Goku fell into step beside Talia. So you work with my mother, I mean, with Artemis. Lady Artemis, Talia corrected firmly. And yes, I am her lieutenant. I lead the hunters in her absence. What's she like? Goku asked, his curiosity evident. Talia seemed caught off guard by the simple question. She is magnificent, powerful beyond mortal comprehension, yet connected to every creature of the wild. Fierce in battle, wise in council, loyal to her companions. Her expression softened slightly. She saved my life and offered me a place among her hunters when I had lost all hope. She sounds amazing, Goku said sincerely. I hope she's not too disappointed in me. The comment, delivered without self-pity or guile, seemed to catch Talia by surprise. She glanced at him with an unreadable expression, then looked away. That remains to be seen, she said finally. Meet me at the forest edge after lunch. You'll see what you're capable of. As Talia walked away, Percy stepped up beside Goku. Don't take it personally. The hunters are generally wary of males. Why's that? Goku asked. They've sworn off men's company to follow Artemis, Annabeth explained. Many joined the hunt after negative experiences with men in their mortal lives. That's sad, Goku said simply. Grandfather taught me that balance between all things is important, male and female, light and dark, strength and gentleness. A wise philosophy, Chiron commented. But divine beings often embody specific aspects rather than balance. Artemis represents the maiden goddess, forever youthful, forever free of male influence. He studied Goku thoughtfully. Which makes your existence all the more intriguing. Well, I hope I get the chance to know her, Goku said. Even if she didn't raise me, she's still my mother, right? The innocent question hung in the air, none of them quite knowing how to respond. Lunch brought more curious stares and whispered conversations as Goku once again demolished improbable quantities of food at the Artemis table. This time, however, Talia joined him, sitting at the far end of the table and observing him with clinical interest. Afterward, as promised, they met at the forest edge. Talia had exchanged her silver jacket for lighter hunting clothes, though she still wore her lieutenant's circlet. Lady Artemis grants her hunters enhanced abilities, she explained without preamble. Improved strength, speed, stamina, and especially tracking skills. You claim to be talented at tracking this morning. Let's see how you compare to a true hunter. I'd love to learn from you, Goku said enthusiastically. Grandfather always said there was always more to learn, no matter how skilled you become. His genuine respect for her knowledge seemed to catch Talia off guard again. She nodded briefly. We'll start with basic awareness exercises, then move to practical application. What followed was less a lesson and more an evaluation. Talia led Goku deep into the forest, occasionally giving him challenges. Identify the age of a specific track. Determine what had disturbed a particular bush. Follow the trail of a creature that had passed hours earlier. To her evident surprise, Goku performed each task flawlessly, often adding insights she hadn't considered. The deer was injured, he said, examining a seemingly normal track. It's favoring its left side slightly. See how the right hoof presses deeper. And there's a faint scent of blood, though the wound must be small. Talia checked and confirmed his assessment with grudging approval. As the afternoon progressed, she increased the difficulty, setting tasks that would challenge even experienced hunters. Goku met each one with the same cheerful determination, his respect for Talia growing visibly as he recognized her expertise. By sunset, even Talia's reserved demeanor had thawed somewhat. They sat on a fallen log, taking a brief rest before returning to camp. You have natural talent, she admitted. Some of what you demonstrated goes beyond even what Lady Artemis grants her hunters. Really? Goku brightened at the compliment. Grandfather would be proud to hear that. He always said I had special gifts, but I thought he was just being nice. Talia studied him with renewed interest. You truly care about your grandfather's opinion, don't you? Even now that you know you're a demigod. Of course, Goku replied, surprised by the question. He raised me, taught me everything important. Being a demigod doesn't change that. Many half-bloods become different when they discover their divine heritage, Talia observed. Some become arrogant, believing their godly blood makes them superior. Others become bitter that their divine parent abandoned them. Grandfather always taught me that a person is defined by their actions, not their birth, Goku said thoughtfully. And he gave me a good life. I can't be bitter about that. Your grandfather sounds like a wise man. The wisest, Goku agreed, smiling sadly. I miss him every day. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the forest sounds as twilight deepened around them. We should return, Talia said finally. Dinner will begin soon, and after that, capture the flag. Capture the flag. Goku perked up immediately. Like a training exercise. Something like that, Talia said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Though at Camp Half-Blood, it's rather more intense than the mortal version. Quote, as they walked back toward camp, Goku asked, will you tell me more about Artemis? I mean, beyond what the myths say. Talia considered this. What do you want to know? What makes her happy? What does she care about most? Is she kind? The questions tumbled out with genuine interest. Talia's expression softened slightly. She finds joy in the hunt, in the wilderness, in the company of her hunters. She cares deeply about protecting the innocent, especially young maidens. And yes, she can be kind, though she is also fierce when crossed. She glanced at him. She values honesty, courage, and skill above all else. She sounds a lot like grandfather, Goku mused. He always said that nature was the greatest teacher, and that protecting those who couldn't protect themselves was a warrior's highest duty. Talia nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps that's not coincidental. They reached the edge of the forest as the conch horn sounded for dinner. The camp was ablaze with torchlight against the deepening darkness, campers streaming toward the dining pavilion. After dinner, you'll participate in Capture the Flag, Talia informed him. Normally, the hunters would challenge the campers, but since I'm alone, I'll be observing tonight. Which team will I be on? Goku asked. Artemis cabin traditionally allies with Athena, Talia replied. So you'll be on Annabeth's team. Against Ares and their allies. Goku grinned. Sounds fun. Will there be strong opponents? Clarice will be looking for a rematch, I imagine, Talia said dryly. And Capture the Flag brings out everyone's competitive spirit. Dinner passed quickly, with excited chatter about the upcoming game filling the pavilion. Chiron announced the teams. Athena, Poseidon, Artemis, Apollo. And Hermes versus Ares, Hephaestus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and the minor god cabins. After the meal, campers rushed to arm themselves. Percy brought Goku to the armory, where racks of weapons and armor gleamed in the torchlight. You should at least wear armor this time, Percy advised. Capture the Flag can get rough. Goku examined the celestial bronze breastplates dubiously. They look so restrictive. Won't they slow me down? Better slow than skewered, Percy replied, holding up a breastplate. Try this one. Goku reluctantly allowed Percy to help him don the armor. It fit reasonably well, though Goku rolled his shoulders uncomfortably, clearly unused to the restriction. What about a weapon? Percy asked, gesturing to the racks of swords, spears, and other implements of war. I'll stick with what I know, Goku decided, performing a quick series of punches and kicks to test his mobility in the armor. My hands and feet have served me well so far. Percy looked skeptical but didn't argue. Your call. Just remember, no maiming or killing. Those are the only firm rules. I wouldn't hurt anyone seriously, Goku assured him, looking genuinely concerned at the suggestion. Not everyone feels the same way, Percy warned. Especially Clarice after this morning. They joined the other campers at the forest edge, where Annabeth was outlining strategy to the blue team. She nodded to Goku as he approached. Perfect timing. I was just discussing your role. She pointed to a large boulder marked on a crude map of the forest. We'll position our flag here, on Zeus's fist. Percy and the Apollo cabin will defend. Hermes' cabin will run interference along these routes. She traced paths through the forest. Goku and I will go for their flag. Based on past patterns, Clarice Lickley has it near the creek, heavily guarded. Shouldn't I help defend? Goku asked. I'm new to this game. Annabeth's gray eyes gleamed strategically. After your performance this morning, you're our secret weapon. They'll expect us to use you defensively because you're new. The surprise attack gives us an edge. Goku nodded, understanding the tactics. Makes sense. Remember, Annabeth added, they'll be prepared for direct confrontation. We need stealth and speed. I can do both, Goku assured her. Chiron galloped to the center of the assembled teams, explaining the rules once more for new campers. The boundaries were the creek, no intentional maiming or killing was permitted, and all magical items were allowed. Heroes, he called, arm yourselves. The forest erupted with battle cries as the two teams charged to their respective territories. Goku followed Annabeth, impressed by how quickly the friendly campers had transformed into disciplined units. This really is training for war, isn't it? He observed as they positioned their flag. That's exactly what it is, Annabeth confirmed. Demigods face dangers mortals can't imagine. These games prepare us. The conch horn blew again, signaling the start of the game. Immediately, sounds of combat erupted throughout the forest, metal clashing against metal, shouts and battle cries, the distinctive twang of arrows in flight. Ready? Annabeth asked, drawing her knife. Goku nodded, his expression shifting to focused determination. Lead the way. They moved through the forest silently, Annabeth following a predetermined route while Goku scanned constantly for opposition. Twice they avoided Ares' patrols by freezing in the shadows, and once Goku pulled Annabeth behind a tree just before a trip wire would have alerted defenders to their position. How did you see that in this darkness? She whispered. I didn't see it, Goku admitted quietly. I sensed the energy pattern was wrong, too ordered for something natural. Annabeth filed this information away with evident interest. They approached the creek that marked the boundary between territories. On the far side, they could make out a red flag flickering in the moonlight, surrounded by at least 6 heavily armed campers. Clarice was among them, her electric spear crackling ominously. Heavily guarded, as expected, Annabeth murmured. We need a distraction. I can provide that, Goku offered. If I approach from the east, they'll focus on me. You can circle around during the confusion. Annabeth nodded. Good plan. But be careful. Clarice will be out for revenge after this morning. I'll keep it friendly, Goku promised. Just a game, right? With that, he slipped away into the underbrush, circling to approach the flag from a different angle. Annabeth watched him go, shaking her head slightly at his confidence. Minutes later, commotion erupted at the red flag's position. Goku had apparently revealed himself, as shouts of, "Get him!" and, "It's the new kid!" echoed through the trees. Annabeth seized her opportunity, darting from cover and sprinting toward the now less guarded flag. She could see Goku engaging multiple opponents simultaneously, moving with the same fluid grace he'd displayed against Clarice that morning. Despite being outnumbered, he was clearly holding back, focused on distracting rather than defeating his opponents. Clarice spotted Annabeth too late. The flag, stop her! But Annabeth had already reached the banner. She grasped its staff and turned to sprint back across the boundary. 2 Hephaestus campers moved to intercept her. Before they could reach her, however, Goku disengaged from his current opponents and blurred across the clearing, placing himself between Annabeth and her pursuers. Go, he called, dropping into a defensive stance. I'll hold them. Annabeth didn't need telling twice. She raced for the creek, the red flag clutched tightly in her hand. Clarice, seeing victory slipping away, charged after her with a furious battle cry. Goku moved to intercept, but another defender tackled him from behind, momentarily slowing him. Annabeth reached the creek just as Clarice caught up to her. The daughter of Ares swung her electrified spear with deadly precision. Before it could connect, Goku appeared between them, moving faster than seemed humanly possible. He caught the shaft of the spear with one hand, stopping it instantly. Sorry, he said to Clarice. But that looked like it might actually hurt. Clarice snarled in frustration, but it was too late. Annabeth leapt across the creek, landing on blue territory with the red flag held high. As she touched down, the banner shimmered and changed from red to silver gray, emblazoned with an owl symbol. Cheers erupted from the blue team as they converged on their victorious teammate. Chiron cantered into the clearing, blowing the conch horn to signal the game's end. Blue team wins, he announced. Well played, heroes. Clarice yanked her spear from Goku's grip, her expression thunderous. For a moment, it seemed she might attack despite the game's conclusion. Instead, she took a deep breath and nodded curtly. Good distraction, she acknowledged grudgingly. Though next time, I won't underestimate your speed. It was a fun match, Goku said sincerely. Your team fought really well. His genuine sportsmanship seemed to diffuse some of Clarice's anger. She shrugged and turned away, gathering her disappointed teammates. The blue team surrounded Annabeth, lifting her onto their shoulders in celebration. Percy clapped Goku on the back as he joined them. That was incredible, he exclaimed. I've never seen anyone move that fast without water to boost them. It was just basic ki enhancement. Goku explained modestly. Grandfather taught me to channel energy to my muscles for quick bursts of speed. Basic, he says, Percy laughed. You practically teleported across that clearing. The celebration continued as they made their way back toward camp, the forest alive with excited recounting of the game's highlights. Goku found himself welcomed into the victorious team's camaraderie. His earlier status as an anomaly forgotten in the shared triumph. As they emerged from the forest, however, the festivities abruptly quieted. Campers froze, their gazes fixed on something beyond Goku. He turned to find the source of their sudden silence. At the edge of the commons area stood a girl of about 12 years old with auburn hair gathered back in a ponytail. And silvery yellow eyes that glowed in the darkness. She wore simple silver hunting clothes and carried a bow that seemed to shimmer with moonlight. Though she appeared young, her eyes held the wisdom and power of millennia. Around her stood 24 girls of various ages, all similarly attired, all watching the approaching campers with wary expressions. Chiron bowed deeply. Lady Artemis, we are honored by your presence. The goddess's gaze moved past him, fixing directly on Goku. So, she said, her voice surprisingly melodic for one so powerful. This is the boy who claims to be my son. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, The Impossible Child. Silence consumed the clearing. Moonlight illuminated the goddess's face, casting silver shadows across features too perfect for mortal comprehension. Though she appeared as a 12-year-old girl, Artemis's eyes reflected millennia of hunting beneath countless moons. Those ancient eyes now fixed unwaveringly on Goku. No one moved, no one spoke, even the forest creatures fell silent in divine presence. Goku, unaware of proper protocol, bowed exactly as his grandfather had taught him, a martial artist's bow of respect rather than submission. It's an honor to meet you, Mother, Lady Artemis. I'm not sure what I should call you. Several hunters gasped at his directness. Talia winced visibly. Artemis tilted her head, studying him. With the analytical precision of a predator assessing unusual prey. When she finally spoke, her voice carried the clarity of mountain streams. You may address me as Lady Artemis. I have not yet determined if Mother is accurate. She circled him slowly, silver eyes narrowing. You are an impossibility, son Goku. I have taken no male consort. I have broken no oath. Yet, her hand reached toward him, stopping inches from his face. Your connection to my essence is undeniable. Maybe I was adopted, Goku suggested helpfully. Unexpected laughter, light and musical, escaped the goddess. Your candor is refreshing, at least. The humor vanished as quickly as it had appeared. But this matter requires proper investigation. Come, she turned sharply, expecting immediate compliance. The gathered hunters formed ranks behind her, their synchronized movements resembling a flock of silver birds. Where are we going? Goku asked, falling into step beside her rather than behind her, another breach of etiquette that caused several hunters to reach reflexively for their bows. To speak privately, Artemis replied, seemingly unbothered by his informality. This situation has already caused sufficient disruption on Olympus. Chiron stepped forward. Lady Artemis, perhaps the big house would offer suitable privacy for your discussion. The goddess paused, considering. That will suffice. My hunters will make camp in our cabin. She glanced at Talia. See to it, Lieutenant. Yes, my lady. Talia bowed and began directing the other hunters, though her curious gaze lingered on Goku. Artemis continued toward the farmhouse. Goku matching her pace easily. The remaining campers watched their departure in stunned silence, then exploded into whispered conversations once the goddess was out of earshot. Inside the big house, Chiron directed them to a private study before tactfully withdrawing. Moonlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating antique furniture and walls lined with leather-bound books. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, casting warm light that contrasted with the cool silver glow emanating subtly from Artemis herself. The goddess seated herself in a high-backed chair, posture regal despite her youthful appearance. Goku sat cross-legged on the floor opposite her, comfortable in the position his grandfather had taught him for important conversations. "Yo, you were raised by a mortal named Son Gohan," Artemis stated rather than asked. "Yes, my grandfather. He found me as a baby and trained me in martial arts." Goku's voice softened. "He passed away recently. And before that, what do you remember of your earliest existence?" Goku shook his head. "Nothing before grandfather. He said I was different from the beginning, unusually strong, connected to nature in ways he couldn't explain." The mortal spoke truth. Artemis leaned forward, her silver eyes reflecting firelight. "You are different, Son Goku. Your existence defies natural law." She stood abruptly, moving to the window where moonlight bathed her form. "I have taken no lovers, sired no children in the traditional manner. My oath of maidenhood remains unbroken." "Then how?" Goku began. "The answer lies in ancient power, older than Olympus itself." Artemis turned, moonlight haloing her auburn hair. "During the last great celestial alignment, I hunted alone in primordial forests untouched by humanity. I tracked a beast of extraordinary power, a creature that should not have existed in this world." Her expression grew distant with memory. "The hunt lasted 17 days. When I finally cornered the beast, it revealed itself as no ordinary monster, but a warrior from beyond our reality, powerful beyond mortal comprehension, yet not divine." Goku leaned forward, instinctively drawn to tales of powerful fighters. "We battled beneath the aligned moons," Artemis continued. "The warrior's strength matched my own, a feat no mortal should achieve. His techniques resembled Qi you demonstrated today, energy manipulation beyond godly magic." "Key techniques," Goku supplied. "Like my grandfather taught me." "Indeed." The warrior called it by the same name. Artemis's eyes sharpened. "He fought with honor but could not defeat an Olympian. As he lay dying, he spoke of his world's destruction, of being the last of his kind, a race of warrior beings connected to lunar cycles. He asked one boon, that some essence of his people survive." Understanding dawned on Goku's face. "Me, I came from this warrior." "Not exactly." Artemis resumed her seat, hands folded precisely in her lap. "I granted his request, though not as he might have expected. I preserved his battle essence, his ki, as you call it, and merged it with my divine energy during the cosmic alignment. The result, manifested as a child formed of moonlight and warrior spirit. So I'm made from this warrior's energy and your divine power." Goku attempted to process this revelation. "Not born naturally." "Correct. You were neither traditionally conceived nor traditionally born. I created you, then placed you where you would be found by a worthy teacher." Her expression became inscrutable. The mortal Gohan was chosen for his wisdom and skill, isolated from divine politics that would have complicated your development. Goku sat in stunned silence, processing this information. Finally, he asked the question foremost in his mind. "So are you my mother?" Artemis considered this with divine deliberation. "I am your creator. My essence forms half your being. In mortal terms, mother approximates the relationship, though imperfectly." A smile broke across Goku's face, genuine, warm, uncomplicated by the metaphysical complexities of his origin. "That's good enough for me. Grandfather always said family is about connection, not just blood." The goddess blinked, clearly unprepared for his simple acceptance. For a brief moment, her ageless facade wavered, revealing something almost vulnerable beneath the divine exterior. "You are unusual, Son Goku, even among demigods." She studied him with renewed interest. "Most would question, demand proof, express anger at abandonment. You simply accept." Goku shrugged. "Getting angry wouldn't change anything. Besides, you made sure I had a good teacher in grandfather." "That sounds like responsible parenting to me." Unexpected warmth flickered eye, and Artemis's silver eyes before her composed expression returned. Your unique origin presents complications. Zeus questions whether you qualify as my offspring in traditional terms. Apollo argues your existence threatens my oath of maidenhood. Others see political implications in a male child of a virgin goddess. That sounds unnecessarily complicated, Goku observed with characteristic directness. Indeed, a hint of dry humor colored Artemis's tone. Divine politics often are. For now, I have claimed you publicly. This grants you protection as my acknowledged child, regardless of the precise nature of your creation. Thank you. Goku bowed his head respectfully. I'll try not to cause trouble. An admirable but likely futile aspiration. Artemis rose gracefully. Trouble follows demigods as inevitably as moonlight follows sunset, particularly those with unusual heritage. She moved toward the door, then paused. I must return to Olympus. The council continues to debate implications of your existence. In my absence, you will train with my hunters. Really? Goku brightened immediately at the prospect of new training. Do not mistake this for acceptance, Artemis cautioned. They will evaluate your worthiness to bear connection to me. Few males have ever trained with the hunt. Fewer still have survived the experience. Her warning carried no malice, merely statement of fact. Demonstrate the honor and skill your grandfather instilled, and you may yet earn their respect. Fail, and no divine parentage will shield you from their contempt. I understand. Goku stood, determination evident in his posture. I won't dishonor your name or grandfather's teachings. Something like approval flickered across Artemis's expression. One final matter. The warrior whose essence contributed to your creation, his race possessed unusual transformative abilities connected to lunar cycles. This heritage may manifest as you develop transformative abilities, like changing shape, something more fundamental, heightened power, altered consciousness. Artemis regarded him with ancient wisdom. Master your dual nature, Son Goku. The warrior's essence was both magnificent and terrible, powerful beyond reason during lunar peaks. Before Goku could question further, silver light enveloped the goddess. He instinctively shielded his eyes as divine radiance filled the room. When the light faded, Artemis was gone, leaving only the scent of wild forests and moonlit streams. Goku stood alone in the suddenly ordinary room, attempting to process everything he'd learned. He was created, not born, a fusion of divine power and otherworldly warrior essence. Neither fully god nor fully mortal, but something unprecedented. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. The door opened to reveal Chiron, his centaur form barely fitting through the entrance. I trust your conversation with Lady Artemis was illuminating. The ancient trainer inquired. That's one word for it. Goku rubbed the back of his neck. A gesture of mild bewilderment. Apparently I wasn't born. I was created from moonlight and the essence of a dying warrior from another world. Chiron nodded sagely, as if such origin stories were commonplace. Divine reproduction often defies mortal understanding. Zeus transformed into various creatures to sire children. Athena's offspring spring from her thoughts. Your unique creation is unusual but not entirely without precedent. His kind eyes studied Goku carefully. How do you feel about this revelation? Goku considered the question seriously. Grateful, mostly, to both Artemis and grandfather Gohan. They each gave me part of who I am. He looked up with characteristic optimism. And now I understand why I've always felt connected to the moon. ND father used to say I was strongest during full moons. A significant insight, Chiron murmured. We should monitor your abilities during different lunar phases. Artemis mentioned that too, Samet. Hing about transformative abilities from the warrior's essence. Goku's expression brightened with typical enthusiasm. Do you think I might develop new powers? Grandfather always said I had potential beyond what he could teach. Chiron stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seems likely. Your heritage is unprecedented. Divine power merged with this warrior essence. We should approach your training with appropriate caution. Lady Artemis said I'll be training with her hunters, Goku informed him. Though she made it sound like some kind of test. Indeed it is. Concern shadowed Chiron's ancient eyes. The hunters rarely accept male company, much less offer training. Lady Artemis must consider your development of paramount importance. A conch horn sounded in the distance, signaling evening curfew. We will discuss your training schedule tomorrow, Chiron decided. For tonight, return to Cabin 8. As Lady Artemis has claimed you, That is unquestionably your place, however unprecedented it may be. Goku nodded and headed for the door, then paused. Chiron, thank you for helping me understand all this. Grandfather would have appreciated your wisdom. The centaur bowed his head in acknowledgement. Your grandfather sounds like an exceptional mortal. I would have valued meeting him. Outside, Camp Half-Blood had transformed under nightfall. Torches illuminated cabins arranged in a U shape around central hearth fires. The earlier commotion had settled, though Goku noticed campers watching him with renewed curiosity as he crossed toward the silver cabin that now officially represented his divine parentage. Before he could reach Cabin 8, a girl stepped into his path. Her storm-gray eyes assessed him with analytical precision, intelligence radiating from her like physical energy. Unlike their first meeting, she now studied him with focused intention rather than wary caution. Athena, Goku greeted, recalling the gray-eyed girl who'd helped rescue him. Athena Jong, she corrected, extending her hand formally. Daughter of Athena, I don't believe we've been properly introduced amid all the chaos. Goku shook her hand, noticing the calluses that spoke of scholarly pursuits and warrior training. Son Goku, apparently created from moonlight and warrior essence, not traditionally born. He smiled self-deprecatingly, still figuring out what that means exactly. Athena's eyebrows rose fractionally, the only indication of surprise in her composed demeanor. Fascinating. Divine creation outside normal reproduction parameters suggests unique metaphysical properties. Your energy manipulation abilities likely stem from this non-traditional origin. Her technical assessment, delivered with clinical precision, contrasted sharply with her obvious youth. Goku guessed she was perhaps 16. Though her eyes reflected wisdom beyond mortal years, a common trait among Athena's children. I was hoping we might speak further about your combat capabilities, she continued. The techniques you demonstrated during capture the flag defied conventional demigod abilities. Understanding them could provide tactical advantages for future conflicts. Sure. Goku nodded easily. Grandfather always said knowledge should be shared. I'd be happy to explain key manipulation. Excellent. Athena nodded decisively. Tomorrow morning, prior to breakfast. The training arena should be empty then. Works for me. I usually train at dawn anyway. She studied him with renewed interest. You maintain regular training disciplines. Most new campers struggle with the structured regimen here. Grandfather was pretty strict about daily practice, Goku explained. 4 hours before breakfast, 4 hours before dinner, plus meditation and key exercises throughout the day. 8 hours daily. Athena sounded impressed despite herself. That exceeds even Ares' cabin's regimen. It's just what I'm used to. Goku shrugged modestly. Though I haven't had much chance to maintain the schedule since grandfather died. Something softened briefly in Athena's analytical gaze. I look forward to our discussion tomorrow. Perhaps we can structure an appropriate training program considering your unique abilities. She turned to go, then paused. One more thing. The hunters' arrival has created tension. They rarely interact positively with male campers. As Artemis's acknowledged child, you occupy unprecedented territory. Her gray eyes met his directly. Proceed with caution. With that warning delivered, she nodded sharply and headed toward a gray stone cabin adorned with owl carvings. Goku continued toward Cabin 8, pondering her words. The silver structure gleamed under moonlight, somehow appearing both welcoming and forbidding simultaneously. Before he could reach the entrance, the door swung open. Talia Grace stood silhouetted in the doorway, silver circlet gleaming against her spiky black hair. Her electric blue eyes, so different from the silvery yellow of Artemis and most hunters, studied him with guarded assessment. Lady Artemis informed me you'll be staying here, she stated flatly. Is that a problem? Goku asked directly. Unprecedented would be a more accurate description. Talia stepped aside reluctantly. No male has ever slept in Artemis's cabin before. The hunters are adjusting to the concept. Inside, XI mately 20 girls of various ages arranged sleeping bags in precise formation. All wore similar silver-gray clothing, though each maintained distinctive personal elements. They moved with coordinated efficiency, communicating through glances and subtle gestures more than words. All activity ceased when Goku entered. 20 pairs of eyes, ranging from silver yellow like Artemis's to more natural human colors, fixed on him with expressions spanning curiosity to outright hostility. "Hunters," Talia announced formally. "Lady Artemis has confirmed this boy's status as her acknowledged child, see. Readed through divine means that preserve her oath of maidenhood. By her command, he will reside in Cabin 8 and train with us until he determines his worthiness." Murmurs rippled through the assembled hunters. One girl, perhaps 14 with auburn braids and freckles, stepped forward boldly. "This dishonors our sanctuary, Lieutenant," she protested. "No male presence has ever defiled our cabin." "Phoebe," Talia acknowledged with measured patience. "Lady Artemis herself has commanded this. Would you question her judgment?" The girl, Phoebe, flushed but stood her ground. "I question whether a male can truly carry her blessing. Regardless of unusual origin, that determination belongs to Lady Artemis alone," Talia replied with finality, though Goku detected sympathy in her tone. "For now, we follow her commands without question." Phoebe retreated, though resentment radiated from her posture. Similar sentiments reflected on many faces throughout the cabin. Goku bowed respectfully to the assembled hunters, again. The martial artist's bow his grandfather had taught him. "I understand this situation is uncomfortable for everyone. I'll do my best not to intrude on your space or traditions." His sincerity seemed to soften some expressions, though skepticism remained prevalent. Talia pointed to a solitary bunk in the corner furthest from the other sleeping arrangements. "You'll sleep there. Training begins at dawn. Don't be late." "I'm usually up before dawn anyway," Goku assured her. Grandfather insisted on sunrise meditation. A few hunters exchanged surprised glances at this information. "Your grandfather," one younger hunter ventured hesitantly. "Was he a good teacher?" "The best," Goku replied with genuine warmth. "Strict but fair. He taught me everything important: martial arts, survival skills, respect for nature and all living things." "Sounds like values Lady Artemis would approve," an older hunter observed grudgingly. "Indeed," Talia agreed. "Lad, why Artemis clearly selected Son Gohan with specific intentions for Goku's development." She addressed the cabin firmly. "Remember, hunters, this situation is unprecedented but not accidental. Our Lady H has purposes beyond our immediate understanding." Her authoritative tone effectively ended further discussion. The hunters returned to their preparations, though Goku noticed they maintained maximum distance from his assigned area. He moved to his bunk, untroubled by their wariness. Grandfather had taught him patience with those who didn't immediately accept him. Trust would come through actions, not words. Sleep claimed him quickly that night, his disciplined mind shutting down efficiently despite the day's revelations. His dreams, however, proved less obedient. Moonlight filtered through ancient forests. Goku ran on all fours, body moving with unfamiliar coordination. Power surged through him, wild, primal energy unlike his carefully cultivated ki. Trees blurred past as he pursued something just beyond sight. His heart pounded with exhilaration and hunger. The dream shifted. A massive ape-like creature roared at a full moon, beating its chest with fists that could shatter mountains. Raw power emanated from its form, uncontrolled, destructive, magnificent in its primal fury. Another shift. A dying warrior with flame-like hair lay bleeding beneath three aligned moons. His armor, cracked and broken, bore unfamiliar symbols. As life faded from his eyes, he grasped the wrist of a silver-eyed goddess. "Preserve what remains," the warrior gasped in a language Goku somehow understood despite never hearing it before. The Saiyan spirit must survive. Goku woke suddenly, moonlight streaming through cabin windows across his face. The other hunters slept peacefully in their orderly arrangement of bunks. Nothing had disturbed them, yet his heart raced as if he'd run miles. Saiyan. The word echoed in his mind, familiar yet foreign, as if he'd always known it without realizing. Was that what the warrior had been? What part of him was? Sleep proved elusive after that. Goku sat cross-legged on his bunk, practicing the meditation techniques grandfather had taught him. He focused on controlling his breathing, centering his ki, finding balance between the seemingly disparate elements of his existence. Dawn's first light found him already dressed in his orange gi, seated in perfect meditation posture outside Cabin 8. The camp remained quiet, most campers still asleep. Mist clung to strawberry fields in the distance, and dew sparkled on grass around the central commons. The cabin door opened behind him. Talia emerged, eyebrows rising slightly at finding him already awake and prepared. You weren't exaggerating about dawn training, she observed. Goku rose fluidly. Grandfather said discipline separated warriors from fighters. The warrior rises before necessity demands. Something like approval flickered across Talia's face. A philosophy Lady Artemis would appreciate. She gestured toward the forest edge. The hunters train separately from campers. Follow me. They moved silently through sleeping campgrounds, frost crunching beneath their feet. Near the forest boundary, the other hunters waited in perfect formation, each carrying a silver bow and hunting knives. Their synchronized movements as they performed warm-up exercises resembled a single organism rather than individual fighters. Today we assess your tracking abilities, Talia announced without preamble. Phoebe will lead the exercise. The auburn-haired girl who had protested Goku's presence stepped forward. Her expression professionally neutral despite obvious reservations. We'll divide into hunting parties, she explained crisply. Each group tracks specific prey through different terrain. Success requires silence, patience, and communion with the wilderness. She fixed Goku with challenging eyes. Lady Artemis grants her hunters special connection to wild places. Let's see if her creation shares similar gifts. The implicit challenge was unmistakable. Goku merely nodded, untroubled by her skepticism. Phoebe assigned hunters to groups of 3, deliberate. Ely placing Goku with herself and a quiet girl introduced as Naomi. The arrangement clearly aimed to keep him under critical observation. We track Mountain Lion, Phoebe informed him. The Forest Co.Nt Ains several, descended from those Lady Artemis brought decades ago. They're exceptionally elusive, not hunting to kill, right? Goku confirmed, concern evident in his voice. Phoebe's eyebrows rose fractionally. We hunt to commune, to understand. Only monsters do we kill. Relief washed over Goku's features. Good. Grandfather taught me to respect all living creatures, take only what's necessary for survival, never for sport. The comment seemed to catch Phoebe off guard. She exchanged glances with Naomi before nodding curtly. A principle Lady Artemis herself upholds. Perhaps your grandfather had more wisdom than I assumed. Quote, they moved deeper into forest terrain that grew progressively more mountainous. Unlike yesterday's training exercise with Talia, this expedition maintained complete silence. Communication occurred through hand signals and subtle gestures that Goku quickly adapted to. 3 hours into dense wilderness, Phoebe halted suddenly, crouching to examine disturbed soil beneath a twisted pine. She gestured Goku forward, pointing to nearly invisible depressions in forest debris. Mountain Lion passed here, she whispered, voice barely audible. What direction and how long ago? Goku knelt, examining the sign with practiced precision. His fingers hovered just above the track, sensing rather than touching. Southeast, he replied equally quietly. Perhaps 2 hours. Female, injured left forepaw. He pointed to subtle irregularities in the pattern. She's favoring it, distributing weight unevenly. Phoebe's eyes narrowed. How can you determine gender from these partial tracks? Weight distribution and stride length, Goku explained. Plus, he closed his eyes briefly, extending senses beyond physical. Her energy signature lingers. Females maintain different key patterns than males. Quote, energy signature. Naomi spoke for the first time, curiosity overcoming reticence. Key, life energy, Goku clarified. Every living thing generates unique patterns. Grandfather taught me to sense them, though he said my natural ability exceeded his understanding. The hunters exchanged significant glances. Lady Artemis perceives similar essence in creatures she hunts. Phoebe admitted reluctantly. It allows her to track prey otherwise impossible to follow. She mentioned our connection, Goku offered. Though she didn't explain exactly how it works. Show us, Phoebe challenged. Gesturing toward the faint trail. Track the mountain lion using this key sense. Goku nodded, closing his eyes to concentrate more fully. The forest's energy patterns unfolded in his awareness, plants, insects, small mammals, and larger presences moving through underbrush. Among them, he identified the distinctive signature of their target, wounded but powerful. Moving with predatory grace along a ridgeline to the east. This way, he indicated, eyes still closed. She's approximately half-mile ahead, moving toward higher ground where rock formations create caves. likely returning to a den. Without waiting for response, he moved forward with silent precision, following an energy trail invisible to normal senses. The hunters followed, skepticism grad. Ally yielding to reluctant impression as Goku navigated increasingly difficult terrain without hesitation. They ascended steep hillsides where conventional tracking became impossible on stone surfaces. Yet Goku maintained unwavering direction, occasionally pausing to reorient to the mountain lion's energy signature. Near a rocky outcropping, he stopped abruptly, raising one hand in warning. "She's just ahead," he whispered. "In that crevice between boulders." Phoebe notched an arrow, not to shoot, but prepared for defense if necessary. She signaled for Naomi to circle left while she moved right, leaving Goku's center position. The mountain lion sensed their presence despite their stealth. A low growl emanated from shadows between weather-worn granite. Amber eyes reflected morning light as the magnificent predator emerged, sinewy muscles tensed beneath tawny fur, injured paw held slightly aloft. Standard procedure dictated strategic positioning to observe without threatening. Instead, Goku did something that nearly stopped Phoebe's heart. He walked forward directly, hands empty, posture relaxed. "What are you doing?" she hissed urgently. Goku didn't respond. He approached the growling predator steadily, maintaining eye contact without aggression. When barely 10 feet separated them, he sank smoothly to sitting position, legs crossed, hands resting open on his knees. The mountain lion's growl deepened. She flattened her ears, tail lashing warning signals. Every hunter instinct screamed impending attack. Goku remained motionless save for steady breathing. Something shifted in the air between boy and beast, an energy exchange invisible yet palpable. The mountain lion's growl gradually subsided. Her posture, while remaining cautious, lost aggressive intensity. Minutes passed in breathless tableau. Then, incredibly, the predator limped forward 3 careful steps. She extended her muzzle, scenting Goku's presence with delicate inhalations. Goku slowly, with infinite patience, extended one hand, palm down. The mountain lion regarded it warily before touching her nose briefly against his fingers. The hunters watched in stunned silence as one of nature's perfect predators accepted human contact without coercion or fear. After this momentary connection, the mountain lion withdrew, retreating gracefully to her den entrance. She settled onto sun-warmed stone, watchful but no longer threatened. Goku remained seated several minutes longer before rising with fluid grace. He backed away respectfully before returning to the speechless hunters. "She'll be fine," he informed them quietly. "The injury isn't serious, thorns embedded in her pad. Her body is already isolating them." Phoebe found her voice with difficulty. "How did you do that?" "Grandfather Tog me to harmonize my ki with other creatures," Goku explained simply. "It's about projecting peaceful intention, becoming temporarily part of their world rather than an intrusion." "That's..." Naomi struggled for words. "I've never seen anything like it except when Lady Artemis herself communes with wild creatures." Phoebe's expression reflected internal conflict, her skepticism battling undeniable evidence. "In 300 years hunting with Lady Artemis, I've witnessed few mortals capable of such communion." The admission clearly cost her considerable pride. 300 years. Goku's eyes widened with innocent curiosity. "You look about 14. Despite herself, Phoebe's lips twitched toward something almost resembling a smile. "Hunters receive immortality from Lady Artemis. We age no further once we join her service." "That's amazing," Goku said with genuine appreciation. Though grandfather always said true immortality comes through passing knowledge to worthy students. He'd be fascinated by your centuries of experience. The sincere compliment caught Phoebe off guard. She adjusted her bow strap, momentarily flustered. "Your grandfather sounds uncommonly wise for a mortal man." He was. Grief briefly shadowed Goku's features before his characteristic optimism reasserted itself. "I'm grateful for every lesson he shared." They began the long trek back to camp, conversation flowing more naturally after the shared experience. The hunters questioned Goku about his training, while he expressed genuine interest in their centuries of adventures alongside Artemis. By the time they reached camp boundaries, the morning had advanced toward noon. Other hunting parties had already returned, gathered around Talia near the dining pavilion. As Phoebe reported their expedition's results, including Goku's unexpected communion with the mountain lion, Expressions among the hunters ranged from skepticism to reluctant respect. Talia listened without comment. Her electric blue eyes assessed Goku with renewed consideration. Your tracking abilities are. She paused, selecting words carefully. Consistent with someone sharing Lady Artemis's essence. Communion with wild creatures particularly suggests divine heritage. Though whether that qualifies him as a true child of Artemis remains undetermined, Phoebe added, unwilling to concede completely despite her earlier impression. Talia nodded acknowledgement. We continue evaluation through additional disciplines. After meal break, archery assessment. Goku winced visibly. I should probably warn you that you destroyed a celestial bronze reinforced bow yesterday, Talia interrupted, unexpected amusement lightening her severe features. Word travels quickly at camp. We'll use train-ing bows initially to determine appropriate draw weight for your strength. Lunch provided welcome respite after morning exertions. Goku joined the hunters at Artemis's table, the first time male presence had been permitted in living memory. The arrangement created ripples of whispered conversation throughout the dining pavilion. His prodigious appetite again proved conversation fodder as he consumed quantities that would have fed 3 hunters. Several younger girls watched with undisguised amazement as plate after plate vanished before him. Is this typical? One finally asked, curiosity overcoming protocol. Pretty much, Goku confirmed between mouthfuls. Grandfather said my energy requirements exceed normal parameters. Something about higher metabolic conversion rates for key manipulation. Fascinating physiological adaptation, observed a new voice. Goku turned to find Athena Jong standing beside their table, analytical gaze assessing him with scientific interest. Her storm gray eyes cataloged details with methodical precision. I believe we had scheduled morning training discussion, she reminded him. Though I understand the hunters, evaluation took precedence. Sorry about that. Goku apologized sincerely. I completely forgot with everything happening. Understandable. Athena adjusted rectangular glasses with scholar's precision. Perhaps we could reschedule for this afternoon. Before Goku could respond, Talia interjected. Lady Artemis commanded comprehensive evaluation. His schedule remains occupied through evening hours. The 2 young women regarded each other with complicated expressions, not quite hostile but distinctly territorial. Something unspoken passed between them that Goku, for all his combat instincts, failed to interpret. Tomorrow morning, then, Athena suggested with pointed politeness. Assuming the hunters can spare him briefly. We shall see, Talia replied noncommittally. Athena nodded sharply before returning to her cabin's table, her posture radiating controlled irritation. Did I miss something? Goku asked, genuinely confused by the exchange. Several hunters exchanged knowing glances. One, a girl perhaps her teen with dark curls, suppressed laughter behind her hand. Nothing important, Talia assured him, though amusement tinged her voice. Finish eating. Archery assessment begins shortly. The Rai range occupied a large clearing equipped with targets at varying distances. Hunters assembled with practiced efficiency, each retrieving silver bows that seemed perfectly matched to their individual specifications. Talia presented Goku with a simple wooden bow. Training model, she explained. Designed for beginners. Draw weight approximately 30 pounds, significantly less than our standard bows. Goku accepted it cautiously, remembering yesterday's embarrassment. I'll try to be careful. Proper technique matters more than power initially, Talia instructed. Watch carefully. She demonstrated correct stance, grip, and drawing motion with fluid grace born of centuries' practice. Her arrows flew with unerring precision, clustering in target centers regardless of distance. Goku observed with complete attention, his warrior's mind analyzing each subtle movement. When handed arrows for his attempt, he mimicked Talia's form with surprising accuracy. Good stance, she approved. Now draw slowly. Focus on controlled motion rather than speed. Goku nodded, nocking an arrow as instructed. He drew the string back gradually, feeling the bow's resistance. The training bow held without breaking, though he sensed it straining near maximum capacity. Release, Talia commanded when his form stabilized. The arrow flew true, striking inner ring though not center. Respectable, for first attempt with unfamiliar weapon. Again, Talia instructed, adjust your aim slightly right. Goku repeated the process with each subsequent arrow showing improvement. By his 10th attempt, he consistently struck within inches of center target. Remarkable progress for initial lesson, Talia acknowledged. Your kinesthetic learning ability exceeds standard parameters. Grandfather called it muscle memory. Goku explained. Said I could master physical techniques after seeing them once or twice. It's how he taught me martial arts forms. We'll try increased draw weight, Talia decided. Retrieving a different bow, 60 pounds, standard for younger hunters. The new bow proved more resistant but still manageable. Goku adjusted quickly, arrows flying with increased velo. City though slightly decreased accuracy as he adapted to greater power. After 20 minutes practice, Talia introduced a compound bow with adjustable draw weight. This allows incremental increases to determine your optimal range. What followed surprised even the veteran hunters. As draw weight increased steadily, from 70 to 80 to 90 pounds, Goku's accuracy improved rather than diminished. The mechanical advantage of compound design better accommodated his exceptional strength, allowing more controlled energy transfer. At 120 pounds, nearly double hunter standard, Talia paused assessments. Impressive. Your natural strength significantly exceeds demigod baseline, even children of war gods. Is that unusual? Goku asked, unaware of appropriate benchmarks. Hercules himself would find that draw weight challenging, Phoebe commented from nearby, reluctant admiration coloring her tone. Talia nodded agreement. For someone without specific divine strength blessing, it's unprecedented. She studied him thoughtfully. The warrior essence Lady Artemis mentioned must contribute significant physical enhancement. Grandfather always said I was unusually strong, Goku acknowledged modestly. Though he taught me strength without control means nothing. Wise perspective, Talia approved. Tomorrow we'll continue with moving targets and varied terrain. For now, sufficient progress. The remainder of afternoon passed in additional assessments, knife throwing, wilderness navigation, silent movement techniques. In each discipline, Goku demonstrated exceptional aptitude. Though his expertise varied with experience, his tracking abilities remained most impressive, while his skill with thrown weapons required greatest development. Evening found the hunters gathered around a separate campfire from regular campers. The silver-clothed girls sat in hierarchical arrangement, with Talia positioned where firelight illuminated her lieutenant's circlet. Goku sat slightly apart, respected but not fully integrated. Today's evaluations confirm unusual aptitude consistent with Lady Artemis's essence, Talia announced formally. While competency varies across disciplines, fundamental connection to wilderness, tracking, and physical capability suggest legitimate divine heritage. Murmurs rippled through assembled hunters, most acknowledging fair assessment despite lingering reservations about male presence in their ranks. Tomorrow's evaluations will test combat applications, Talia continued. Hand-to-hand proficiency, weapons integration, tactical adaptation. Will he participate in hunt simulation? Phoebe inquired, surprisingly without evident hostility. Talia considered briefly. Yes, partial integration initially, observation R. All with escalating participation is warranted. The administrative discussion continued, establishing training protocols and evaluation metrics. Goku listened attentively, recognizing the proceeding's importance despite unfamiliar terminology. As formal assessment concluded, conversation shifted toward sharing stories, a hunter tradition during evening rest periods. Tales of past hunts, encounters with mythological creatures, and adventures alongside Artemis filled the night air. Goku listened with rapt attention, occasionally asking questions that revealed genuine interest in their experiences. His respectful enthusiasm gradually softened even reluctant hunters' demeanors. As night deepened, stars emerged in constellations unfamiliar to mortal astronomers. Goku noticed several hunters, pointing toward specific formations with evident reverence. The huntress, Naomi explained, following his gaze. Lady Artemis placed her fallen companion among stars to honor her sacrifice. That's beautiful, Goku said sincerely. Studying the silver pinpoints. Grandfather taught me to navigate by stars, but he never mentioned that constellation. It's visible only to those connected to Lady Artemis. Phoebe explained with unusual patience. A reminder that loyal companions remain eternally part of the hunt. The concept clearly touched something deep within Goku. I hope grandfather received similar honor. He deserved recognition among stars. The simple statement carried such genuine emotion that several hunters exchanged affected glances. Even Phoebe's expression softened momentarily. If he trained you with such wisdom and honor, Talia observed quietly, perhaps he achieved immortality through his legacy in you. The observation, coming from Artemis's lieutenant, carried significant weight. Goku bowed his head in silent appreciation of her understanding. As hunters dispersed toward cabin sleeping arrangements, Goku remained briefly by fading embers. The waxing moon illuminated campgrounds with silver radiance that seemed to strengthen his very essence. He felt simultaneously at peace and energized, connected to something ancient and powerful. A gentle voice interrupted his contemplation. You performed admirably today. He turned to find a girl he hadn't noticed earlier, perhaps 17 with copper-colored hair and unusual eyes that shifted between silver and deep violet. Something about her presence felt simultaneously familiar and otherworldly. I don't think we've met, Goku said, rising respectfully. I'm Goku, Selene Moonshadow, she introduced herself. Moonlight creating unusual patterns across her features. Legacy of Hecate, goddess of magic, crossroads, and lunar connections. You're not one of the hunters? Goku asked, noting her different attire. Deep purple rather than hunter silver, adorned with lunar symbols similar to those on Artemis's cabin. I serve Lady Artemis differently, Selene explained, her voice carrying musical cadence unlike typical speech. Hecate and Artemis share ancient connections through moon association. I bridge their magical traditions. That sounds fascinating, Goku said with genuine interest. Grandfather mentioned magical traditions in some scrolls, though he focused on physical disciplines in my training. Your key manipulation represents intersection between physical and magical energies, Selene observed with surprising insight. Neither purely mortal technique nor traditional divine power. Goku's eyes widened with excitement. You understand ki, grandfather said few people comprehend energy manipulation outside established magical systems. I understand conceptually if not practically, Selene clarified. My magical affinity allows perception of varied energy patterns. Her unusual eyes studied him with scholarly interest. Your energy signature contains fascinating dualities, divine and mortal, disciplined and primal. Lady Artemis mentioned something similar, Goku recalled. About the warrior essence contributing to my creation having transformative properties connected to lunar cycles. Selene nodded, expression intensifying. I perceived unusual resonance during tonight's moonrise. Your energy signature fluctuates with lunar phases. Is that concerning? Goku asked, remembering his strange dreams. Unknown without further observation, Selene replied honestly. Such connections often bring both gifts and challenges. The approaching full moon may reveal more. She gestured toward the waxing gibbous moon overhead. 3 nights until lunar completion. We should monitor your energy patterns through the cycle. I'd appreciate that, Goku agreed. Grandfather always noted my strength increased during full moons, though he never fully understood why. The warrior essence Lady Artemis incorporated likely carried inherent lunar sensitivity, Selene theorized. Combined with her own moon governance, the resonance would naturally intensify. Their conversation continued, shifting between magical theory and practical applications of energy manipulation. Selene displayed remarkable knowledge without condescension, while Goku's IGHTFUL questions revealed deeper understanding than his straightforward demeanor might suggest. Nearly an hour passed before they noticed the lateness. Campfires had extinguished elsewhere, leaving them illuminated solely by moonlight and small magical lights Selene had unconsciously manifested during their discussion. I've kept you from rest, she realized, dispersing the floating luminescence with a gesture. I enjoyed the conversation, Goku assured her sincerely. It's nice finding someone who understands energy concepts. Most people think I'm talking nonsense when I mention key manipulation. Perhaps we could continue discussions during your training integration, Selene suggested. I occasionally assist with magical aspects of hunt preparations. I'd like that, Goku agreed with characteristic openness. They walked together toward cabin area, comfortable silence replacing their extensive conversation. Near Artemis's cabin, Selene paused. One suggestion, if I may, she offered hesitantly. Consider meditation during moonrise these next nights. Your connection strengthens during that period, it may provide insight into your dual nature. Grandfather always emphasizes meditation during transitional periods, Goku recalled. Said boundaries between states offer greatest wisdom. Your grandfather possessed remarkable insight for a mortal, Celine observed. I would have valued meeting him. Me too, Goku said quietly. He would have enjoyed talking with everyone here. With respectful nod, Celine departed toward Hecate's cabin, a stone structure inscribed with magical symbols that seemed to shift subtly in moonlight. Goku watched her go, appreciating the unexpected connection with someone who understood aspects of his abilities that even he barely comprehended. Inside Artemis's cabin, most hunters had already settled into disciplined rest patterns. Talia acknowledged his entrance with brief nod from where she reviewed scrolls by silver lamplight. You spoke with Celine Moonshadow. She observed without looking up. Yes, she understands energy manipulation concepts better than anyone I've met since grandfather, Goku replied, moving toward his assigned bunk. Talia nodded thoughtfully. Her magical insight proves valuable to hunt operations. Lady Artemis respects her understanding of lunar influences. Something in her tone suggested a additional meaning beneath straightforward assessment. Before Goku could inquire further, she returned attention to her scrolls. Conversation clearly concluded. He settled into meditation posture on his bunk, processing the day's experiences before allowing sleep to claim him. As consciousness faded, his awareness remained partially connected to silver moonlight streaming through cabin windows, as if some part of him remained awake. Watching through the eyes of ancient predators hunting beneath countless moons across millennia. Morning arrived with disciplined routine. Hunters rose precisely at first light, moving through synchronized preparation with minimal communication. Goku integrated smoothly into their efficient patterns, his own disciplined habits complementing their organized approach. Breakfast brought unexpected development. As hunters settled at Artemis's table, Chiron approached with concerned expression. Talia, a moment please, the centaur requested politely. Matt, requiring immediate attention has arisen. The lieutenant followed him to relative privacy while hunters continued morning meal. Goku noticed tension in her posture as she conversed with Chiron, her expression growing increasingly severe. When she returned, authority radiated from her bearing. Hunters, situation report. Monster activity has increased exponentially along northeastern border. Pattern suggests coordinated assault rather than random incursion. Immediate focus replaced casual breakfast conversation. The hunters straightened, attention absolute as Talia continued. Reports indicate multiple high-level entities including Laestrygonian giants, Empusai squadrons, and potential Dracene command elements. Her electric blue eyes narrowed. Tactical assessment suggests deliberate testing of camp boundaries. Conventional monster behavior indicates random opposition, Phoebe noted with veteran's insight. Coordinated action implies leadership. Precisely our concern, Talia confirmed grimly. Intelligence suggests involvement of Titan-affiliated command structure. The name remained unspoken, yet Goku sensed its weight in sudden tension among assembled hunters. Even with limited mythological knowledge, he recognized significant threat in their reactions. Camp defenses have engaged preliminary incursions, Talia continued. Chiron requests hunter support for perimeter reinforcement and counterintelligence operations. She surveyed assembled hunters with lieutenant's assessment. Standard protocol. 4 3-member teams, dispersed deployment, communication via moon silver signals. Her gaze fell on Goku. You'll accompany my team as observer. This provides opportunity to assess your combat integration under field conditions. Surprised murmurs are. IPP led through hunter ranks at unprecedented inclusion of male presence in tactical operation. Talia silenced them with single gesture. Lady Artemis herself acknowledged his status. His combat capabilities proved significant during assessment. Integration now serves evaluation purposes. Her tone permitted no argument. Standard equipment protocol. Departure in 20 minutes. The hunters dispersed with practiced efficiency, collecting specialized weapons and equipment from cabin storage. Goku followed Talia's example, though his preparation involved only ensuring his GI was properly secured and stretching muscles for potential combat. No weapon selection, Talia inquired, noting his minimal preparation. Grandfather trained me to consider my body my primary weapon, Goku explained. Though I'm comfortable adapting to circumstances if necessary. Talia studied him briefly before retrieving a celestial bronze hunting knife. Carry this regardless. Some entities require divine metal for permanent dispatch. Goku accepted the weapon respectfully, securing it at his waist. Thank you for including me in this mission. I know it's unusual for the hunters. Your unusual status warrants unusual protocols. Talia replied pragmatically. Combat evaluation provides most accurate assessment of true capabilities. Outside, assembled hunters gathered in precise formation. Besides Talia, Goku's assigned team included Phoebe and Naomi, the same hunters who'd evaluated his tracking abilities the previous day. Northern Quadrant deployment, Talia informed them. Recone. Sans indicates monster concentration near Zeus's fist. We investigate, assess, engage only if necessary. The teams departed in different directions, moving with silent coordination that spoke of centuries, shared experience. Goku matched their pace easily, his own wilderness movement nearly as silent despite lacking their divine blessing. They traveled swift miles through increasingly wild forest terrain. As they progressed, Goku noticed subtle shifts in atmosphere, shadows deepening unnaturally, animal sounds diminishing, vegetation itself seeming tense with anticipation. Talia halted their advance with subtle hand signal. She indicated disturbed earth ahead, massive footprints pressed deep into forest floor. Laestrygonian, Phoebe confirmed after brief examination. Multiple subjects, heavily armed based on drag patterns. Passed within hour. Formation change, Talia commanded quietly. Naomi forward scout, Phoebe right flank. I maintain center position with Goku. As the hunters adjusted positions, Talia addressed Goku directly. Your energy sensitivity may provide tactical advantage. Can you detect monster presence ahead? Goku nodded, closing his eyes to extend awareness beyond physical senses. The forest's energy patterns unfolded in his perception, natural life forces intertwined with darker presences that disrupted harmonious flow. Approximately 12 entities ahead, he reported. Eyes still closed. 2 distinct types. Larger signatures correlate with giant footprints, smaller signatures move differently, possibly female form monsters based on energy pattern. Empusai. Talia translated grimly. Vampire demons with mismatched legs. 1 bronze, 1 donkey. They use glamour and seduction against male targets. Their energy feels hungry, Goku observed. Discomfort evident in his expression. Predatory but unnatural compared to regular predators. Accurate assessment, Talia confirmed. Their presence alongside Laestrygonians suggests coordinated intelligence gathering. The question becomes, intelligence for whom? Without awaiting response, she signaled team advance with enhanced caution. They moved through undergrowth with preternatural silence, approaching rocky outcropping that provided elevated observation position. From concealed vantage, they observed disturbing tableau in clearing below. 8 Laestrygonian giants, each standing 8 feet tall with tattoo-covered arms and crude weapons, arranged perimeter guard around central gathering. Within their protective circle, 4 Empusai conversed with another figure that raised immediate concern among the hunters. Unlike its monster companions, this entity appeared fully human, a young man perhaps 17 with sandy hair and athletic build. Only his eyes revealed human nature. Golden irises that gleamed with unnatural light. Demigod collaborator, Phoebe whispered, disgust evident in her tone. Worse, Talia corrected grimly. Likely possessed by Kronos' essence. Or at minimum a high-ranking lieutenant. Golden eyes indicate Titan influence. She studied the situation with tactical precision. This confirms coordinated activity. Standard protocol dict. Atesh immediate report rather than engagement when Titan operatives identified. They're planning something, Naomi observed, indicating map spread before the golden-eyed figure. That's Camp Half-Blood's perimeter diagram. Talia's expression hardened. Intelligence gathering for assault positioning. Immediate threat level elevated. She considered options with Lieutenant's assessment. Modified protocol. We maintain observation while Naomi returns to camp with intelligence. Detailed force composition, command presence, and tactical preparations. As Naomi prepared to depart, catastrophe struck without warning. 1 Empusai suddenly stiffened, nostrils flaring as she scented air. Her crimson eyes fixed directly toward their concealed position. Demigods, she hissed, voice carrying unnatural distances. Hunter females. And something else. Something powerful. The golden-eyed commander smiled without warmth. Excellent. Advance intelligence suggested Artemis's servants might investigate. Capture them, especially the something else our mistress desires. Engagement positions, Talia commanded instantly. Retreat protocol suspended. They've detected our presence and will pursue regardless. Better to choose our battlefield. She fixed Goku with intense gaze. This is now combat evaluation. Monsters can be destroyed without mercy. The demigod commander, however, may contain valuable intelligence. Incapacitation preferred over lethal force. Goku nodded understanding, dropping into fighting stance as monsters began ascending toward their position. His expression shifted from usual good-natured demeanor to focused warrior's intensity. The first Laestrygonian crested ridgeline, massive club raised for devastating strike. Before it could swing, 3 silver a row. WS materialized simultaneously in its throat. The giant toppled backward, dissolving into golden dust before hitting ground. Battle erupted with supernatural intensity. Hunters demonstrated why Artemis's followers earned universal respect among immortals. Their coordinated attacks flowed with lethal precision, arrows finding vulnerable points, hunting knives deployed in blinding sequences when enemies closed distance. Goku integrated into their combat pattern with surprising compatibility. Where hunters relied on speed and precision, he provided devastating power at critical junctures. His martial arts training translated effectively against mythological opponents. He enhanced strikes disrupting monster physiology regardless of traditional vulnerabilities. An Empusai attempted seduction. Glamour against him, her form shifting to hypnotic beauty as she approached with suggestive movements. Goku appeared momentarily confused before focusing on her energy signature rather than physical appearance. Your key is twisted wrong, he observed with childlike directness. Like something hollow pretending to be alive. The Empusai hissed in fury at failed manipulation. She lunged with supernatural speed. Bronze leg gleaming wickedly in dappled forest light. Goku sidestepped with equal velocity, one hand grasping her extended arm while opposite palm delivered focused strike to sternum. Ki energy visibly transferred through contact point, disrupting her unnatural physiology. The Empusai shrieked once before disintegrating into golden particles. Impressive adaptation to mythological combat parameters. Talia noted while firing 3 arrows in rapid succession into approaching giant. Most demigods require adjustment period before effectively engaging unfamiliar monster types. Grandfather emphasized understanding energy patterns over physical forms, Goku explained, delivering devastating kick to another giant's knee joint. Once you perceive the key structure, outer appearance becomes largely irrelevant. Their coordinated defense proved remarkably effective. 7 monsters had already dissolved into golden dust with no injuries among their group. The remaining creatures appeared increasingly hesitant to approach. The golden-eyed commander observed battlefield with calculating assessment rather than concern. Interesting, he commented, voice carrying unnatural resonance. The male fights with unfamiliar energy manipulation. Not godly power, yet equally effective. He focused disturbing golden gaze directly on Goku. You must be the anomaly she seeks, Artemis's impossible child. My mistress will reward me greatly for your capture. Without warning, he extended one hand. Green energy, distinctly different from Goku's blue-white ki, erupted toward their position. The magical attack bypassed conventional defenses, encircling hunters with constricting force. Talia and Phoebe struggled against mystical bonds, their divine-blessed weapons proving ineffective against this specific enchantment. Goku, however, demonstrated unexpected resistance. The green energy surrounded but failed to constrain him completely. Fascinating, the commander observed. Quote, you possess natural resistance to divine-oriented constraint magic. Another anomaly to report. Goku's expression hardened with unusual severity. Let them go. I think not. Golden eyes smiled without warmth. Their valuable bargaining currency with Olympus. You, however, represent something uniquely important to my mistress. Goku's stance shifted subtly. His usual relaxed demeanor vanished completely, replaced by focused intensity that radiated palpable energy. The air around him seemed to vibrate with power. Last warning, he stated with uncharacteristic grimness. Release my friends. Your concern is touching but irrelevant, the commander replied dismissively. Restrain him, he ordered remaining monsters. Our mistress wants him alive and relatively undamaged. 2 Leicester. Agonians charged simultaneously while remaining Empusai circled for flanking position. Goku remained motionless until precisely the right moment, then moved with such explosive speed that afterimages seemed to linger in visual perception. What followed demonstrated combat capability beyond previous displays at camp. Each strike delivered precisely calculated force, sufficient to neutralize without excessive damage. Monsters dissolved into golden dust with mechanical efficiency as Goku systematically eliminated threats to his constrained companions. Within moments, only the golden-eyed commander remained. His confident expression had vanished, replaced by calculating wariness. "You're more developed than reports indicated," he observed, backing away slightly. "The transformation process must be further advanced than my mistress realized." "I don't know what you're talking about," Goku replied honestly. "But your magic is hurting my friends. Stop it now." "I think strategic withdrawal serves present circumstances," the commander decided. "Your existence has been confirmed, which fulfills primary mission parameters." Green energy flared around him as he prepared teleportation escape. Before spell completed, however, Goku moved with impossible speed. His hand grasped the commander's wrist, disrupting magical gesture. "You're not going anywhere until you release them," Goku insisted. Maintaining restraining hold without causing injury. Fury contorted the commander's features, golden eyes blazing with unnatural light. "You dare touch me, abomination. I carry the blessing of she who will restore proper order." Power erupted between them, not controlled magical attack but desperate release of raw energy. The commander's form blurred momentarily, something ancient and horrible glimpsed beneath human appearance. Goku maintained his grip despite evident pain, his own energy visibly counterbalancing the commander's power. Blue-white ki surrounded his form, containing and neutralizing chaotic green energy. "Your energy is strong but undisciplined," Goku observed with surprising calm despite the struggle. "Grandfather would say you rely on borrowed power rather than developing internal strength." The observation struck nerve beyond tactical assessment. The commander howled with rage, golden eyes burning like miniature suns. Power continued building between them until reaching critical threshold. The resulting explosion knocked both combatants apart. The magical bonds constraining Talia and Phoebe dissipated with their creator's loss of concentration. The commander landed awkwardly against Boulder, momentarily stunned. "Capture him," Talia ordered, recovering instantly. "We need intelligence on his mistress's intentions." Before they could advance, however, secondary teleportation activated. Likely emergency protocol rather than controlled spell. Green light enveloped the commander briefly before he vanished, leaving only disturbed earth and lingering magical residue. "Target lost," Phoebe reported professionally, though frustration colored her tone. "Contingency extraction spell." Talia turned toward Goku, who remained kneeling where explosion had thrown him. His orange GI showed burn marks from magical energy, though he himself appeared largely uninjured. "Assessment incomplete but provisionally positive," she stated, helping him stand. "Your combat integration exceeded baseline expectations despite unprecedented opponent types." "Thanks, I think," Goku replied, characteristic good nature returning now that immediate danger had passed. "Though I should have prevented his escape. Grandfather would say I focused too much on restraint instead of effective neutralization." "Your restraint demonstrated discipline rather than weakness," Talia corrected firmly. "Many demigods lose control during first significant monster engagements. You maintained tactical awareness throughout." She surveyed battlefield professionally. "We have verified intelligence regarding coordinated monster activity with Titan-affiliated leadership. Priority shifts to camp notification and perimeter reinforcement. His mistress specifically seeks Goku," Phoebe noted with tactical precision. The commander's statements confirmed targeted interest rather than general opposition to Olympian forces. "Agreed." Talia's expression reflected Lieutenant's concern beneath professional demeanor. "Lady Artemis must be informed immediately. This development suggests her impossible child holds significance beyond divine politics." "Did you recognize the commander?" Goku asked as they began swift return journey toward camp. "Not specifically," Talia replied. "Likely recruited demigod providing corporeal vessel for Titan influence. Golden eyes indicate direct connection to Kronos or high-ranking lieutenant. He mentioned transformation process," Phoebe added, concern evident in her usually stoic expression. As if your existence involves ongoing development rather than static parameters. Goku's expression reflected genuine confusion. I don't know anything about transformations, except. He hesitated briefly. I've had strange dreams recently. A giant ape creature howling at the moon. A warrior with flame-like hair dying under 3 moons. Talia and Phoebe exchanged significant glances. Dreams carry weight for demigods, Talia explained carefully. Often representing suppressed memories, divine communication, or prophetic insight. The commander recognized Someth NG about your energy signature, Phoebe observed. Something beyond typical demigod parameters that holds importance to their objectives. Which makes immediate consultation with Lady Artemis essential, Talia concluded. The lunar connection AP. Pairs increasingly significant given enemy interest. They maintained urgent pace back toward camp boundaries. As they approached, evidence of recent combat became apparent. Scorched earth, broken weapons. Monster dust scattered across disturbed ground. Chiron met them at perimeter, his ancient eyes reflecting concern beneath composed exterior. Your intelligence proved accurate. Coordinated ATA. CKS struck 3 boundary sections simultaneously. Fortunately, Hunter advance warning allowed defensive positioning. Casualties. Talia inquired immediately. Minor injuries only, Chiron assured her. Though damage would have been substantially greater without your reconnaissance intelligence. His gaze shifted to Goku, noting burned clothing and residual magical energy. I see you encountered direct confrontation as well. Titan-affiliated commander with teleportation capabilities, Talia reported crisply. Expressed specific interest in Goku. Referred to unknown. Mistress, seeking. Him for unspecified purposes connected to transformation process. Chiron's expression grew grave. This confirms our concerns. These attacks are not random incursions but targeted operations. He studied Goku with renewed assessment. Your unique nature appears central to enemy objectives. But I don't understand why, Goku admitted with characteristic honesty. I didn't even know about gods and monsters until recently. Which suggests importance lies in what you are rather than what you know, Chiron observed with ancient wisdom. Your creation through unprecedented means represents nothing significant beyond ordinary divine politics. Message sent to Lady Artemis. Talia inquired. Chiron nodded. Iris message dispatched immediately following initial attack. Her response awaits. They proceeded toward Big House, where camp counselors had gathered for tactical assessment. Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase coordinated defense reports while other cabin leaders attended to their injured siblings. Athena Jong intercepted them before they reached command center, her storm-gray eyes fixing on Goku with analytical concern. You encountered the golden-eyed commander, she stated rather than asked. Studying magical residue on his clothing. Green energy signature indicates Hecate-derived combat enchantments, likely enhanced through Titan blessing. Your assessment matches field observation. Talia acknowledged with professional courtesy despite obvious tension between them. The energy affected hunters normally but showed reduced efficacy against Goku, Phoebe added. Tactical information overriding personal reservations. Athena's eyes sharpened with intellectual focus, suggesting inherent resistance to divine-oriented constraint magic. Consistent with theoretical hybrid energy structure. She addressed Goku directly. Your key manipulation may represent development pathway distinctly separate from conventional divine power channels. Making him both VA, Louable research subject and potential asset against divine-oriented magical attacks, observed another voice. They turned to find Celine Moonshadow approaching, her unusual eyes shifting between Sylve and Violet as she studied magical residue around Goku. Unlike earlier casual interaction, she now carried formal authority, staff inscribed with lunar symbols, robes bearing Hecate's crossed torches interwoven with Artemis's bow. Hecate has dispatched me as magical consultant regarding these developments, she explained, answering their unspoken question. The mixture of lunar symbolism and her worldly energy signatures falls within my specialized purview. Perfect timing, Chiron approved. We've assembled War Council to address coordinated monster activity. Your magical insight will prove valuable. Inside Big House Council Room, senior counselors gathered around ping-pong table that incongruously served as camp's strategic planning center. Maps showing attack patterns covered surface while magical representations of camp boundaries floated above, glowing lines indicating protective barriers and intrusion points. Clarice from Ares' cabin reported combat statistics with professional precision. 32 confirmed monster eliminations across 3 sectors. Coordinated tactics suggest central command structure rather than random aggression. Primary targets appeared to be boundary testing rather than penetration achievement. Intelligence gathering, Annabeth translated grimly. They're probing for weaknesses before main assault. Which raises the question of timing, Percy added. Why now? What's changed in their strategic situation? All eyes shifted toward Goku, making the connection without explicit statement. The golden-eyed commander specifically targeted Goku, Talia confirmed. Mentioned unspecified. Mistress, with particular interest in Artemis's impossible child, and referenced transformation process. Transformation? Chiron inquired sharply. Those were his exact words. He said, "The transformation process must be further advanced than my mistress realized," Phoebe quoted with Hunter's perfect recall. As if expecting progress i.e. development rather than static parameters. Selene moved closer to Goku, studying him with magical perception rather than physical sight. Your energy signature has indeed evolved since arrival at camp. Lunar resonance particularly shows amplification patterns, which correlates with waxing moon phase, Chiron noted, looking toward window where afternoon sun had begun descent. Tonight brings gibbous moon, one night before complete fullness. Lady Artemis mentioned potential transformative abilities connected to lunar cycles, Talia reminded them. Inherited from the warrior essence that contributed to his creation. Selene nodded agreement. The energy structure shows increasing harmonic resonance as lunar power intensifies. By tomorrow night's full moon, maximum amplification should manifest. Which explains enemy timing, Athena concluded with tactical precision. They seek capture before complete manifestation of whatever capabilities emerge at full lunar phase. But what capabilities? Goku asked, genuine confusion evident in his expression. I don't feel fundamentally different, just more energized as the moon waxes. Conscious awareness often lags behind metaphysical development. Selene explained gently, particularly with hybrid energy structures like yours that lack historical precedent. Further discussion halted as rainbow light materialized near sea. Isling, an iris message forming into Artemis's image. The goddess appeared in her typical 12-year-old form, though her expression carried weight of millennia. Report confirmed, she stated without preamble. Coordinated enemy activity targeting Camp Half-Blood correlates with intelligence from other sectors. Olympian response protocols activated. Her silver eyes focused on Goku. Your Enku. NTER with Titan-affiliated commander validates concerns regarding special interest in your existence. The reference to transformation process particularly warrants immediate attention. Do you know what transformation they're referring to? Goku asked directly. Artemis's expression grew measured. The warrior whose essence contributed to your creation possessed capability for profound transformation during lunar peak cycles. In his dying moments, he called it Uzaru form. Great ape manifestation representing primal power of his race. The ape creature from my dreams, Goku realized with dawning comprehension. Indeed, Artemis's image flickered slightly as she continued. His race, self-identified as Saiyan, maintained lunar-triggered transformation capability. At full moon, they summed massive primal forms with exponentially increased destructive potential. Which explains enemy interest, Chiron concluded grimly. If Goku inherits this transformation capability, he represents both tremendous power source and potential weapon depending on control parameters. Precisely, Artemis confirmed. The warrior indicated transformation occurred involuntarily without proper training. Conscious control required specialized discipline his race developed over generations, which Goku lacks, having no connection to his Saiyan heritage, Athena observed with scholar's precision. Until now, Selene interjected. Her unique magical perception focusing on Goku's energy signature. The resonance patterns suggest dormant programming activating progressively with lunar cycle. By tomorrow night's full moon, complete activation appears inevitable. Can it be prevented? Talia asked practically. Suppression risks greater instability, Artemis replied. Better to prepare for controlled manifestation than risk unpredictable emergence during enemy engagement. I recommend immediate isolation protocol, Celine suggested. Remote location away from population centers, magical containment parameters. Observation team with divine-level restraint capabilities. Agreed, Artemis decided. Prepare expedition to White Mountains observation post. My hunters will escort and contain if necessary. Wait, Goku interrupted, assertiveness surprising those accustomed to his usual agreeable demeanor. Shouldn't I have some say in this? We're talking about my body and abilities. Silence followed his reasonable objection. Artemis's silver eyes studied him with new assessment. Your perspective is valid, she acknowledged finally. What alternative do you propose? Goku considered carefully before responding. Grandfather taught me that avoiding challenges only delays necessary growth. If this transformation is part of my heritage, I should face it directly rather than hiding from it. He straightened with warrior's resolve. Let me prepare through meditation and key discipline as grandfather would have taught. Celine can help with magical aspects. The hunters see, and stand ready if containment becomes necessary. But remain at camp, Chiron questioned dubiously. The risk to other campers is balanced against leaving camp defenseless against coordinated enemy attack. Goku countered with surprising strategic insight. They want to capture me before this transformation. Removing me creates vulnerability for everyone else. Artemis's expression reflected respect for his reasoning. Your argument shows wisdom beyond apparent years. Perhaps Son Gohan's training provided more than physical discipline. She considered options with divine deliberation. Modified protocol. Remain at camp under enhanced observation. Talia will coordinate hunter containment team while Celine establishes magical monitoring parameters. Her gaze intensified. But understand this clearly. If control appears impossible, intervention becomes mandatory. The transformation's destructive potential necessitates absolute priority for collective safety. I understand, Goku agreed solemnly. Grandfather always taught that power without control threatens everything around it. Your grandfather's wisdom continues proving its value, Artemis observed with grudging approval. Prepare accordingly. I shall return by tomorrow's moonrise to oversee proceedings personally. Her image dissipated as Iris' message concluded, leaving council room in thoughtful silence. Well then, Chiron broke the silence pragmatically. We have preparations to make. Cabin leaders, implement heightened security protocols. Talia, establish hunter containment positions. Celine, magical monitoring requires immediate implementation. As others dispersed to assigned tasks, Athena approached Goku directly. Your strategic assessment regarding enemy objectives demonstrated remarkable insight. Most new demigods struggle with tactical thinking at your experience level. Grandfather emphasized understanding opponent motivations, Goku explained modestly. He said knowing why someone fights often matters more than how they fight. Sound military philosophy, Athena approved, scholarly interest evident in her storm gray eyes. I'd appreciate discussing your training methodology when immediate crisis stabilizes. Integrating key manipulation concepts with conventional combat disciplines could provide significant tactical advantages. I'd be happy to share what grandfather taught me, Goku agreed sincerely. As Athena departed to coordinate her cabin's defensive preparations, Celine approached with more immediate concerns. We should begin metaphysical stabilization immediately, she advised. Your energy signature already shows accelerating resonance patterns as sun descends toward moonrise. What do you recommend? Goku asked, trusting her magical expertise. Meditation at moonrise point would establish baseline parameters, Celine suggested. I can create monitoring array to track energy fluctuations while you implement whatever disciplinary techniques your grandfather taught for control maintenance. Goku nodded agreement. Grandfather emphasized center point meditation during power fluctuations. Finding stillness within change, precisely appropriate for transformation management. Celine approved. Meet me at Eastern Hill at sunset. The moonrise alignment there provides optimal conditions for both monitoring and meditation. As day progressed toward evening, Camp Half-Blood transformed into fortified position. Defensive teams reinforced boundaries while patrol schedules doubled coverage parameters. The earlier monster attack had eliminated complacency, replacing it with disciplined vigilance. Sunset found Goku seated in meditation posture atop Eastern Hill overlooking Long Island Sound. The ocean reflected crimson gold light as sun descended, while opposite horizon darkened in anticipation of moonrise. Celine worked methodically around him, establishing complex magical array. Silver lines inscribed with Hecate's symbols intersect. D lunar crescents representing Artemis's domain. Together they created monitoring parameters specifically calibrated to Goku's unique energy signature. The array will track fluctuations without interfering with natural energy flow, she explained as she completed final inscriptions. Think of it as magical thermometer rather than restraint mechanism. Nearby, Hunter containment team maintained discrete distance, close enough for intervention if necessary, far enough to avoid disrupting meditation. Talia supervised their positioning with lieutenant's precision, ensuring optimal coverage without excessive intrusion. Moonrise approaches, Celine observed as eastern horizon began glowing with silver light preceding lunar appearance. Center yourself as your grandfather taught. Establish mental framework before physical response initiates. Goku nodded, closing his eyes to implement meditation techniques ingrained through years of disciplined practice. His breathing slowed to measured rhythm, consciousness expanding beyond physical boundaries to encompass energy flows throughout his body. The first silver edge of gibbous moon crested horizon. Immediately, Celine's monitoring array responded with increased luminescence. The magical instruments reflected acceleration in Goku's energy signature, power amplifying beyond normal parameters as lunar influence established connection. Fascinating, Celine murmured, studying fluctuation patterns. Your base energy structure reorganizes in response to lunar radiation. Not simple amplification but fundamental reconfiguration. Goku maintained meditative stillness despite growing internal pressure. His consciousness observed energy pathways throughout his body illuminating with power beyond previous experience. Key channels that normally required conscious activation now pulsed with autonomous force, responding to moonlight like plants turning toward sun. Heart rate increasing, Celine reported to watching hunters. Energy density approaching 150% baseline parameters. Still within manageable threshold but accelerating. Minutes PASSD as moon continued rising. Goku's meditation deepened despite increasing power fluctuations. His grandfather's training provided mental discipline necessary to observe rather than react, containing expanding energy without suppressing natural flow. He's maintaining remarkable stability, Talia observed from perimeter position. Most demigods would have lost control with that level of power fluctuation. His meditation training provides significant advantage, Celine acknowledged. The disciplined framework channels energy that might otherwise manifest chaotically. As Moon reached quarter ascension, however, new development emerged. Goku's normally black hair flickered momentarily with golden light. The brief illumination vanished almost immediately, but monitoring array registered significant spike. Energy pathway reconfiguration accelerating, Celine reported with increased urgency. New channels opening that weren't previously active. Despite these concerning indicators, Goku maintained meditative composure. His expression remained peaceful even as power continued building within his form. Occasional golden flickers illuminated his hair before subsiding, each fluctuation slightly longer than previous manifestation. What's happening? Talia demanded, concern evident beneath professional demeanor. Not the ape transformation Lady Artemis described, Celine replied, studying magical readings with scholarly precision. Something different. Perhaps intermediate stage or alternative pathway. The energy signature remains fundamentally his own rather than assuming separate configuration. As Moon reached halfway point in ascension, visible changes became more pronounced. Golden luminescence surrounded Goku's form, subtle aura resembling heat distortion rather than solid manifestation. His hair periodically shifted between natural black and brilliant gold, each transformation lasting seconds before reverting. Power levels now exceeding 200% baseline, Celine reported. Approaching theoretical threshold for stable containment. Despite these concerning metrics, Goku's meditation maintained remarkable coherence. His breathing remained measured, consciousness expanded rather than contracted. Where most beings would have surrendered to instinctual response, his disciplined mind continued observing transformative process without becoming subsumed. Golden hair, Talia noted with tactical assessment. Inconsistent with ape transformation description. Could enemy intelligence regarding transformation parameters be flawed? Or incomplete, Celine suggested. This may represent intermediary stage or alternate pathway. The Saiyan worry, Or's dying information would necessarily be limited. Moon continued rising, power fluctuations intensifying proportionally. The monitoring array now pulsed with bright silver-gold illumination, Magi. Cal instruments recording unprecedented energy densities. Through it all, Goku maintained meditative stillness, remarkable achievement considering internal transformations. Occasionally his eyes would open briefly, irises shifting between normal black and brilliant teal before closing again to maintain concentration. "He's actually stabilizing," Celine observed with professional admiration. "The fluctuation patterns show harmonization rather than increasing chaos. His meditation framework is actually integrating the energy changes." "Meaning what exactly?" Talia asked practically. "Meaning, he may achieve conscious control rather than involuntary transformation," Celine explained. His grandfather's training provided exactly the mental discipline needed for this specific challenge. As Moon reached 3/4 ascension, transformation parameters stabilized into recognizable pattern. Goku's hair maintained golden illumination for increasingly extended periods before reverting to natural black. Each cycle appeared more controlled than previous iteration, suggesting progressive mastery rather than escalating chaos. "Remarkable adaptation rate," Celine observed. "He's Essentia LLY teaching himself to control transformation through real-time feedback integration." Nearly 2 hours after initial moonrise, Goku finally opened his eyes completely. They shone brilliant teal rather than natural black, radiating internal power without aggression or instability. "I think I understand what's happening," he stated calmly, voice slightly deeper than normal though still recognizably his own. "It's not the ape transformation from my dreams, that requires looking directly at the full moon according to information I somehow know without being taught." He raised one hand, examining golden energy surrounding it with scientific curiosity rather than alarm. "This is something else. What the Saiyan warrior would call Super Saiyan form. Activated through emotional intensity rather than lunar radiation directly. You're accessing racial memory," Celine realized with scholarly excitement. The warrior's essence included information package activated by transformation initiation. Goku nodded, rising fluidly despite hours in meditative posture. The golden aura surrounding him pulsed with controlled intensity rather than chaotic fluctuation. "The lunar energy serves as catalyst rather than direct trigger," he explained with unusual technical precision. "It resonates with Saiyan physiology, lowering transformation threshold without forcing complete manifestation." As he spoke, the golden illumination gradually subsided. His hair returned to natural black, eyes shifting from teal to normal dark brown. The transformation receded without resistance, responding to his conscious control rather than external factors. "You achieved voluntary management," Celine observed with professional approval. "Exceptional progress for initial exposure." Grandfather's training, Goku credited modestly. His meditation techniques focused on energy flow management regardless of source or intensity. Talia approached cautiously, assessing with lieutenant's precision. "The transformation appears fundamentally different from Lady Artemis's description of Uzaru form. More controlled, less physically dramatic. 2 distinct transformation pathways," Goku confirmed with newfound understanding. "Super Saiyan represents conscious evolution, power with maintained awareness. Uzaru embodies primal aspect, raw power at cost of conscious control." "And tomorrow's full moon?" Celine inquired with practical concern. "Presents greater challenge," Goku acknowledged honestly. "The information I've accessed suggests Uzaru transformation becomes virtually mandatory with direct full moon exposure unless specific control techniques are implemented, which you now partially understand through racial memory access," Celine concluded. "Though incomplete given limited informa. Qian transfer through essence preservation." Goku nodded. "I need to continue meditation through tomorrow's daylight hours. Strengthen mental frameworks before moonrise." He looked toward Talia with sincere respect. "And yes, containment teams should remain prepared. Grandfather always taught that overconfidence precedes catastrophic failure." "Wise perspective," Talia approved. "We'll maintain observation protocols while you implement preparation techniques." As they descended hill toward camp, magical monitoring array dismantled for relocation, Goku contemplated revelations with characteristic thoughtfulness. His heritage, more complex than initially understood, represented both extraordinary potential and significant responsibility. Grandfather's words echoed in memory, Power reveals character rather than creating it. The truly strong protect rather than dominate. Tomorrow's full moon would test that philosophy more completely than anything in his training. The transformation. His Saiyan heritage promised represented power beyond typical demigod parameters, potential that both Olympian and Titan factions clearly recognized. The question remaining: would consciousness control transformation? Or would primal power subsume identity? Only Moonrise would reveal the answer. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, Silver and Gold. Morning dawned crisp and clear, autumn sunlight filtering through changing leaves. For most Camp Half-Blood residents, it promised another day of training, classes, and structured routine. For Goku, it marked the beginning of a trial more significant than any he had faced since his grandfather's death. Tonight would bring the full moon. He sat cross-legged on dewy grass outside Artemis's cabin, facing the rising sun. His eyes remained closed, breathing measured. Consciousness expanded to encompass energy flows throughout his body. Last night's partial transformation had provided crucial insights, racial memories awakening like ancient whispers in his blood. The Super Saiyan form represented one transformation pathway, conscious evolution with maintained awareness. But tonight's challenge would be fundamentally different. Uzaru, the great ape, primal power at the cost of conscious control. Around him, Camp Half-Blood stirred to wakefulness. Distant voices called morning greetings. Metal clanged against metal as early risers began combat training. None disturbed his meditation. Wide berth maintained around Artemis's cabin where silver light still glowed softly despite dawn's arrival. You've been there since before sunrise. Goku opened his eyes to find Athena Zhang standing several paces away, studying him with analytical precision. Her storm gray eyes assessed his posture, breathing pattern, and subtle energy emissions with scholarly interest. Grandfather taught me to prepare for challenges with sunrise meditation, he explained, rising fluidly despite hours of stillness. The transition from darkness to light helps balance internal energies. Fascinating philosophical framework, Athena observed, adjusting rectangular glasses with scholar's precision. Eastern meditation practices incorporate similar transition awareness techniques. She carried scrolls tucked beneath one arm, clearly having risen early for research rather than combat training. Unlike most demigods who favored armor or camped shirts, she wore a wrist button-down blouse with practical dark slacks, academic rather than warrior presentation despite her divine heritage. I've been researching lunar-triggered transformations across mythological frameworks, she continued. Her analytical tone softening slightly. Historical precedents might provide useful reference points for tonight's challenge. The thoughtfulness behind her practical approach touched something in Goku. Most campers maintained respectful distance since yesterday's revelations, unsure how to interact with someone facing potentially catastrophic transformation. Athena EAD sought solutions through knowledge, a response his grandfather would have appreciated. Thank you, he said sincerely. That's incredibly helpful. A slight flush colored her cheeks at his genuine gratitude. Merely practical application of available resources, she replied with forced casualness, though pleasure at his appreciation remained evident beneath scholarly demeanor. Would you like to join me for breakfast? Goku asked. I'd appreciate hearing what you've found. Surprise flickered across her features. That would be acceptable. Though camp rules technically restrict cross-cabin dining arrangements, rules can be flexible under exceptional circumstances, observed a new voice as Chiron approached, his centaur form casting long shadows in morning light. Given today's unique challenges, collaborative preparation seems entirely appropriate. The ancient trainer's kind eyes studied Goku carefully. How do you feel this morning after yesterday's partial transformation? Stronger, Goku replied honestly. More integrated somehow. Like parts of myself that were always separate are starting to connect. The racial memory access likely facilitates physiological integration, Athena suggested. Consciousness frameworks recognizing inherent capabilities previously dormant. Chiron nodded thoughtfully. And your preparations for tonight? Meditation through gout daylight hours to strengthen mental control, Goku explained. Grandfather's techniques for maintaining consciousness during power fluctuations. And he hesitated briefly, avoiding direct GHT of the full moon until absolutely necessary. Wise precaution, Chiron approved. Lady Artemis will arrive by afternoon to oversee proceedings. Her divine connection to lunar aspects may provide additional stabilizing influence. They walked together toward dining pavilion, morning sunlight strengthening around them. Campers they passed watched Goku with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. Though none approached directly, word of tonight's potential transformation had clearly spread throughout camp, creating invisible boundary around the impossible child, facing unprecedented trial. At breakfast, traditional seating arrangements relaxed as Chiron announced temporary protocol adjustments. Athena joined Goku at Artemis's table, spreading scrolls across silver surface once food had been served. As always, Goku's appetite proved spectacular. Plates emptied and refilled multiple times while Athena explained her research findings with scholarly precision. Lycanthropic transformations provide closest mythological parallel, she observed, indicating ancient Greek text. Though werewolf legends emerged later, shapeshifting connected to lunar cycles appears consistently across cultural frameworks. Any insights on maintaining consciousness during transformation? Goku asked between mouthfuls. Limited but significant, Athena confirmed, indicating different scroll. Norse berserker traditions incorporated consciousness retention techniques during battle fury transformations. Meditation frameworks focused on identity anchoring rather than suppressing transformative energy. That matches what grandfather taught about energy control, Goku noted with interest. He always said trying to suppress power only creates pressure for eventual explosion. Better to channel and direct through conscious framework. Precisely, Athena agreed, evident respect coloring her tone. Your grandfather's teachings demonstrate remarkable congruence with advanced metaphysics. ICAL principles despite his apparently conventional background. He wasn't conventional at all, Goku smiled at cherished memories. He lived apart from society, studied ancient scrolls others dismissed as mythology, and taught fighting techniques most modern martial artists considered obsolete. Perhaps he knew more about your heritage than he revealed, Athena suggested thoughtfully. His specific training methodologies seem peculiarly appropriate for your unique physiological requirements. Lady Artemis mentioned selecting him specifically, Goku recalled. Maybe she provided guidance without direct intervention. Their discussion continued through breakfast, theoretical frameworks interweaving with practical applications. As plates finally emptied, Goku's appetite eventually sat. After quantities that amazed even veteran campers, a new figure approached their table. Selene Moonshadow moved with measured grace, her unusual eyes shifting between silver and violet in morning light. Unlike yesterday's formal attire, she now wore simple training clothes, though magical symbols embroidered along hems maintained connection to her mystical heritage. Monitoring array recalibration complete, she informed them without preamble. Enhanced parameters established for tonight's full lunar manifestation. Thank you, Goku responded sincerely. I feel better knowing we'll have warning if things start going wrong. Your participation in preparation demonstrates commendable responsibility, Selene acknowledged, her typically formal demeanor softening slightly. Many would resist monitoring as constraint rather than recognizing protective function. Grandfather always said that recognizing potential dangers shows wisdom rather than weakness, Goku replied with characteristic humility. Especially when developing new capabilities. Omething flickered in Selene's unusual eyes, respect deepening beyond professional assessment. Your grandfather sounds increasingly remarkable with each philosophical reference. I find myself wishing I could have discussed magical theory with him. He would have enjoyed that, Goku said warmly. He always sought knowledge from diverse traditions, especially regarding energy manipulation. Their conversation continued as they left dining pavilion, moving toward training areas where Goku would continue physical preparation alongside mental discipline. Athena and Selene walked beside him, their diverse expertise complementing each other despite evident tension between them, scholar and sorceress representing different approaches to similar objectives. I've established meditation framework at Eastern Boundary, Selene explained. Magical buffers will help filter initial lunar radiation, allowing gradual exposure rather than immediate triggering. And I've identified consciousness anchoring techniques from Norse berserker traditions, Athena added, not to be outdone. Visualization exercises focusing on identity maintenance during physiological flux. Both approaches sound incredibly helpful, Goku acknowledged sincerely, genuinely appreciating their assistance without recognizing competitive undercurrent. Gra. ND Father would say different paths can lead to similar destinations if the traveler maintains clear purpose. His innocent philosophical observation inadvertently diffused tension between the young women. Both recognizing wisdom in the perspective, they exchanged brief glances, momentary truce established through mutual respect for his grandfather's teachings if nothing else. Morning transition to focused preparation. In training arena, Goku worked through physical disciplines, not combat sequences but rather controlled movements resembling Tai Chi more than conventional martial arts. Each FL, owing motion channeled energy through precise pathways, strengthening connections between mind and body in preparation for tonight's challenge. Selene observed from respectful distance, magical sense. Perceiving energy patterns invisible to normal sight. Nearby, Athena made careful notes, analytical mind cataloging techniques for potential integration into camp training programs. His control P.R. meters exceed conventional demigod metrics, Selene observed quietly. Energy manipulation at cellular level rather than simply channeling divine power. Suggesting fundamentally different metaphysical framework, Athena agreed. Scholarly interest temporarily overriding competitive tension. Not simply godly power filtered through mortal physiology, but integrated energy system functioning WITH internal rather than external governance. Their shared analysis continued as Goku moved through increasingly complex forms. Occasionally golden energy flickered around his form, not full transformation but rather controlled manifestation of power previously accessed through partial transformation. Midday approached when horn calls announced significant arrival. 3 silver hunting horns echoed across camp boundaries, signaling Olympian presence approaching rather than emergency alert. Goku completed his form with disciplined precision before acknowledging the summons. He turned toward Athena and Selene with characteristically humble expression. Sounds like Lady Artemis has arrived early, he observed, wiping perspiration from his brow. Should we go meet her? They walked together toward main commons area where campers already gathered in respectful formation. Unlike previous days' casual arrival, Artemis now approached with formal divine procession. Silver light preceded her physical manifestation, moonbeams coalescing into corporeal form despite daylight hours. The goddess appeared in her preferred 12-year-old aspect, auburn hair gathered in simple ponytail, silver eyes reflecting divine authority rather than youthful appearance. Behind her materialized silver chariot pulled by enormous stags whose antlers gleamed with celestial light. Divine hunters accompany her, not mortal followers but nature spirits representing wilderness aspects under her dominion. Camp Half-Blood residents knelt respectfully as divine procession approached central hearth. Chiron bowed deeply, centaur form lowering in formal acknowledgement of Olympian authority. Lady Artemis, he greeted with ancient protocol. Camp Half-Blood welcomes your divine presence. Rise, old friend, Artemis responded, her melodic voice carrying across silent gathering despite conversational tone. Formality seems unnecessary given circumstances. Her silver eyes scanned assembled campers until finding Goku among them. Unlike others who knelt, he stood with respectful bow, the martial artist's gesture his grandfather had taught him rather than prostration. Something almost resembling approach, oval flickered across the goddess's ageless features. Son Goku, she acknowledged. I see you prepare for tonight's challenge with appropriate discipline. Yes, Lady Artemis, he replied simply. Quote, grandfather's teachings provide framework, while Athena and Selene have contributed valuable insights from their respective traditions. The goddess's gaze shifted briefly to the young women flanking him, one a daughter of wisdom, the other a legacy of moonlit magic. Her expression revealed nothing, though something knowing gleamed momentarily in divine eyes. Walk with me, she commanded, turning toward forest boundary without awaiting response. Goku followed immediately, falling into step beside the goddess despite protocol suggesting more differential positioning. Artemis made no correction, seemingly unbothered by his natural equality rather than subservient posture. They walked in silence until reaching forest edge, divine procession and mortal observers left behind. Among ancient trees, Artemis paused, silver eyes studying autumn foliage with appreciation born of eternal connection to wilderness. Your preparation for tonight's challenge demonstrates maturity beyond your apparent years, she observed without preamble. Most confronting such transformation would exhibit fear or inappropriate excitement. You show balanced respect instead. Grandfather taught me to approach unknown challenges with preparation rather than preconception, Goku explained simply. Fear clouds judgment as much as overconfidence. Son Gohan's wisdom continues proving its value, Artemis acknowledged. His selection as your guardian represents one of my more insightful decisions. She turned toward him fully, divine presence intensifying despite diminutive physical form. Tonight's TRANS formation carries significance beyond personal development. The Titan Foss's interest in your capabilities suggests strategic importance in ongoing power struggles between immortal factions. I don't understand why they're so interested in me specifically, Goku admitted with characteristic honesty. I'm still learning about this world and my place in it. Which may precisely explain their urgency, Artemis replied. They seek to capture or influence you before full self-awareness develops, before you recognize potential significance beyond individual capability. She gestured toward distant mountain range visible through forest canopy. The warrior whose essence contributed to your creation came from beyond conventional reality, a realm where different physical laws permitted power. Development pathways impossible within our dimensional framework. Saiyan, Goku supplied, the word resonating with newfound familiarity. That's what he called his race. Indeed, Artemis studied him with ancient wisdom. His dying essence carried fundamental patterns from that reality: energy manipulation frameworks, physiological transformation parameters, racial memory imprints. Combined with my divine essence during cosmic alignment, these elements created something unprecedented, a bridge between dimensional frameworks. Understanding dawned across Goku's features. That's why both Olympians and Titans are concerned about my existence. I represent something outside normal rules. Precisely, Artemis confirmed, approval evident in her tone. Not simply another demigod with unusual parentage, but potential catalyst for metaphysical paradigm shifts. Your energy manipulation, your grandfather helped develop, operates outside conventional divine power channels. She began walking again, Goku matching her pace easily despite significant revelations. Tonight's transformation represents critical development milestone. Full lunar radiation will activate complete integrate ion pathways between Saiyan essence and divine framework. Will I lose control completely? Goku asked directly, voicing his greatest concern. The racial memories suggest Uzaru form subsumes consciousness without specific training. Uncertain, Artemis acknowledged honestly. The warrior's dying transfer contained incomplete information. Traditional Saiyan development included specialized training from earliest childhood to maintain consciousness during transformation. She glanced at him with unexpected warmth. However, Son Gohan's training methodology, while developed without knowledge of specific requirements, provided remarkably appropriate foundation. His emphasis on energy awareness, consciousness frameworks, and disciplined mind-body integration correlates with what little information we possess about Saiyan control techniques. So there's hope, Goku concluded optimistically. There is always hope, Artemis agreed, her tone suggesting deeper meaning than simple encouragement. But preparation remains prudent nonetheless. My hunters stand ready with containment protocols should consciousness retention prove initially unsuccessful. They continued walking through forest paths, conversation shifting toward practical preparations. Artemis described containment methods designed to restrict rather than harm. Silver nets imbued with moonlight, arrows that could airily disrupt transformation energy without causing permanent damage, boundary wards established around designated transformation zone. Throughout their discussion, Goku noticed something unusual in the goddess's demeanor. Despite her typical formality when addressing demigods, she spoke to him with something resembling equality, explaining rather than commanding, suggesting rather than dictating. You treat me differently than other demigods, he observed with characteristic directness. Artemis paused, silver eyes reflecting momentary surprise at his perception. Your creation circumstances differ fundamentally from conventional divine offspring, she replied after brief consideration. While technically my child, through essence contribution, you embody something more complex than simple inheritance. Her expression softened fractionally. Moreover, your approach reflects maturity beyond chronological development. You neither demand nor reject connection, instead accepting Stances with balanced perspective your grandfather clearly instilled. He taught me that dwelling on unchangeable past wastes energy better spent shaping possible futures, Goku explained simply. Omething resembling genuine smile briefly illuminated the goddess's ageless features. Son Gohan possessed wisdom worthy of Athena's respect. I chose well in selecting him as your guardian. Their forest walk completed full circle, returning them to camp boundaries where preparations continued for evening's challenge. Hunters established containment perimeters while Apollo cabin members prepared medical resources should intervention become necessary. Hephaestus campers reinforced designated transformation zone with celestial bronze barriers under Athena cabin's analytical supervision. Throughout afternoon, Goku alternated between physical preparation and meditation, strengthening both body and mind for impending transformation. Athena and Selene contributed their respective expertise, times working together despite obvious competitive tension, their shared concern for successful outcome temporarily overriding personal dynamics. As Sun began western descent, Artemis summoned Goku for final consultation. They stood together overlooking designated transformation zone, clearing surrounded by reinforced barriers far enough from main camp to prevent collateral damage should containment fail. The transformation typically initiates through direct visual contact with full moon, the goddess explained. According to racial memory fragments, Saiyans developed specialized eyewear to filter lunar radiation during missions requiring conscious control. She presented small silver disc inscribed with divine symbols. This cannot prevent transformation entirely but should allow dual initiation rather than immediate triggering. Place it before your eyes when moon first appears. It will filter initial radiation, permitting controlled integration rather than overwhelming surge. Goku accepted the disc with respectful bow. Thank you, Lady Artemis. Your assistance means more than I can express. Your successful transformation serves multiple interests, she replied pragmatically. Though something warmer lingered beneath divine detachment. Olympian security, your personal development, and, she hesitated briefly, my own responsibility as your creator. The rare mission of personal investment from the typically reserved goddess touched something deep within Goku. His characteristic smile, warm and genuine despite impending challenge, illuminated his features. Whatever happens tonight, I'm grateful for your guidance, he said simply. And for creating the circumstances that brought grandfather into my life. Artemis studied him with unreadable expression. Silver eyes reflecting complexities beyond mortal comprehension. Your perspective remains remarkably balanced despite extraordinary circumstances. Perhaps Son Gohan's greatest gift was not martial training but philosophical foundation. With that observation, she departed to oversee final preparations, leaving Goku to complete his meditative centering before sunset. He settled into practiced posture. Consciousness expanding beyond physical boundaries to encompass energy flows throughout his being. Grandfather's teachings echoed through memory. True strength lies not in dominating power but in directing it with purpose. The strongest warrior remains master of himself regardless of external forces. Tonight would test that philosophy more completely than anything in his training. Suns. Painted western sky with crimson and gold as final preparations completed. Hunters positioned themselves at strategic intervals around transformation zone, silver bows ready with specialized arrows. Designed for containment rather than injury. Selene established magical monitoring array at cardinal points, mystical instruments calibrated to track energy fluctuations throughout transformation process. Chiron approached as Goku completed final meditation sequence. The ancient trainer's expression reflected concern beneath composed exterior. All preparations are complete, he informed him. Quote, Lady Artemis will oversee primary containment should intervention become necessary, while Apollo cabin stands ready with medical support. Are you prepared? Goku rose fluidly, orange GI replaced with simple black pants and sleeveless shirt to accommodate potential physical expansion during transformation. As prepared as possible given circumstances, he replied honestly. Grandfather would say outcome now depends on foundation already established rather than last-minute adjustments. Chiron nodded approval. Wise perspective. Moonrise approaches in approximately 20 minutes. Lady Artemis suggests positioning now while maintaining separation from observation teams. They walked together toward central position within transformation zone. Reinforced barriers surrounded the clearing, CE. Celestial bronze pillars supporting magical containment fields designed to restrict rather than harm. Beyond these boundaries, observation platforms allowed monitoring from safe distance. Goku noticed Ahena among observers. Her storm-gray eyes focused intently on final preparations. Nearby stood Selene, hands moving through complex gestures as she established additional magical safeguards. Talia D. erected hunter positioning with lieutenant's precision, while Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase coordinated camp defense should external threats attempt to exploit tonight's focused attention. A formidable support team, Chiron observed. Following Goku's gaze, many have contributed their unique expertise to tonight's preparations. I won't let them down, Goku promised, determination evident beneath calm exterior. Whatever happens, I'll fight to maintain control. Chiron clasped his shoulder briefly, rare physical gesture from the typically formal centaur. Your grandfather would be proud of your approach. Focus on his teachings when transformation begins. With that encouragement, he departed, leaving Goku alone in clearing center. The first stars appeared overhead as twilight deepened toward night. Eastern horizon remained dark, though subtle illumination suggested moonrise approached. Goku settled into final meditation posture, centering consciousness within expanding awareness. His breathing established rhythmic pattern as he prepared internal pathways for energy influx. Unlike previous evening's partial activation, tonight would bring complete transformation potential. The racial memories accessed during Super Saiyan manifestation provided crucial insights but incomplete guidance. Silver light appeared on eastern horizon, first indication of imminent moonrise. Goku raised Artemis's disc, positioning it before his eyes as moonlight strengthened. Through the divine filter, lunar radiation appeared as patterned energy rather than simple illumination, complex matrice. Of power his enhanced perception could now interpret. The full moon's edge-crested horizon, perfect silver circle beginning celestial ascension. Even filtered through divine disk, its power reached something primal within Goku's being. Energy pathways throughout his body illuminated with sudden intensity, ancestral connections activating in response to lunar radiation. Racial memories surfaced, with unprecedented clarity, generations of Saiyan warriors transforming beneath countless moons across galaxies beyond comprehension. Their collective experience flowed through his consciousness, providing context his individual existence lacked. Remarkable coherence between memory access and physiological response, Selene's voice reached him through monitoring communication. Energy signature, maintaining stability despite accelerating transformation indicators. Goku acknowledged without breaking concentration, maintaining awareness of both external communications and internal transformations. The moon continued rising, its power intensifying with each passing minute. Energy built within him, not chaotic but structured, following pathways established through meditation and racial memory guidance. Heart rate elevated but stable, came another observation, this time from Apollo's medical team. Muscle density increasing approximately 30% from baseline. Skeletal structure showing preliminary expansion indicators. The transformation had begun. Unlike previous evening's Super Saiyan manifestation, this process engaged his entire physiology rather than simply energy reconfiguration. He could feel internal changes accelerating, bones lengthening, muscles densifying, consciousness expanding while simultaneously focusing toward more primal awareness. As Moon reached quarter ascension, Goku removed Artemis's disc. Setting it carefully aside, direct lunar radiation struck him with physical force, visible silver energy surrounding his form like liquid light. His meditation maintained structural integrity despite increasing power, consciousness frameworks established through grandfather's training providing stability where instinct might otherwise prevail. Transformation accelerating, Selene reported through monitoring communication. Energy density approaching critical threshold for physical manifestation. Goku rose to standing position, posture remaining balanced despite internal changes. His body had already grown several inches taller, muscles expanding visibly beneath simple clothing. More significant than physical changes, however, were internal transformations, consciousness broadening to encompass perceptions beyond normal sensory input. The forest around him revealed layers previously invisible, energy signatures from every living entity, historical imprints within soil and stone. Cosmic connections between celestial bodies and terrestrial life. His awareness expanded exponentially while maintaining central identity through disciplined focus on grandfather's teachings. Remarkable consciousness retention, Artemis's voice observed through monitoring system. The meditation framework provides stability beyond expected parameters. As Moon reached half ascension, transformation accelerated dramatically. Goku's form expanded rapidly, height increasing toward 9 feet, musculature densifying beyond human parameters. Facial structure elongated, teeth sharpening toward more predatory configuration. Dark fur emerged across expanding form, covering transmuting skin with midnight pelt that absorbed moonlight like living shadow. Yet unlike traditional Uzaru transformation described in racial memories, consciousness remained intact. Where ancestral experiences suggested complete submission to primal instinct, Goku's mind maintained structural integrity, observing transformation while directing rather than surrendering to its progression. Partial Uzaru manifestation, Selene reported with scholarly precision despite evident excitement. Hybrid transformation incorporating controlled elements rather than complete primal regression. Indeed, Goku's form had stabilized at intermediate stage between human and complete great ape configuration. Standing approximately 9 feet tall with muscular humanoid structure covered in dark fur, facial features elongated into semi-muzzle while maintaining recognizable characteristics. His yes, now crimson rather than normal dark brown, retained intelligent awareness rather than bestial rage. I remain myself, he reported, voice deeper but articulate despite transformed vocal structures. Consciousness intact though, perception significantly altered. Extraordinary achievement, Artemis herself acknowledged, approaching containment barrier cautiously. You've established Volu NT-ARI control parameters during initial transformation, something unprecedented in recorded Saiyan racial memory. The goddess studied his transformed appearance with divine assessment. Your grandfat, hers training methodology proves more valuable with each development milestone. His emphasis on consciousness frameworks rather than simple physical discipline facilitated control where ancestral precedent suggested impossibility. Goku moved experimentally, testing transformed physiology with careful precision. Enhanced strength became immediately apparent as simple movements displaced air with audible force. Sensory perception had expanded exponentially, sense carrying complex information, sounds revealing layered meanings, visual spectrum extended beyond normal parameters. The power is extraordinary, he observed, examining clawed hands with analytical interest rather than primal aggression. But controllable through proper framework. Precisely the outcome we hoped for, Chiron acknowledged. Approaching beside Artemis, transformation without loss of identity, power enhancement with maintained consciousness. As observers cautiously approached containment barriers, Goku continued exploring transformed capabilities. He moved through basic martial forms his grandfather had taught, adjusting for altered proportions and enhanced strength. Each movement generated visible energy displacement, air currents swirling around massive limbs as ki naturally amplified through transformed physiology. Energy output exceeds 400% baseline parameters, Selene reported through monitoring system. Yet containment field stress indicators remain within acceptable range due to controlled application. Athena approached observation position, storm gray eyes studying transformed physiology with scholarly fascination. The proportional changes suggest functional adaptation rather than simply increased size, she observed. Musculature configuration maintains optimal biomechanical efficiency despite dramatic scale enhancement. Form follows function, Goku replied, his transformed voice carrying surprising articulation despite altered vocal structures. The racial memories suggest evolutionary development for combat effectiveness rather than random mutation. Their technical discussion continued, transformation barrier gradually lowering as confidence in his control increased. Medical team recorded physiological parameters while Selene's magical monitoring tracked energy fluctuations throughout transformation maintenance. As midnight approached, full moon reaching apex, overhead, Goku felt additional energy surge requiring renewed concentration. His transformed form briefly expanded further, approaching true Uzaru scale before consciousness frameworks reasserted controlled parameters. Transformation apex reached, Selene announced through monitoring system. Maximum physiological expansion achieved without consciousness degradation. The control parameters Y.O established represent significant achievement, Artemis acknowledged, now standing directly before him outside completely lowered containment barrier. Despite his transformed state towering nearly twice her chosen form's height, the goddess showed no concern. Most experiencing initial transformation would surrender completely to primal instinct. Grandfather's teachings provided foundation. Goku credited modestly despite transformed appearance. His emphasis on maintaining centered awareness regardless of external circumstances prepared me without specific knowledge of transformation requirements. Nevertheless, your individual discipline deserves recognition, Artemis insisted with unusual warmth. Many with similar training would still surrender to primal aspects when confronted with such power influx. Their conversation continued as midnight passed, Moon beginning gradual descent from apex position. Throughout discussion, Goku maintained transformed state without a par-end strain, consciousness fully integrated with enhanced physiology rather than struggling against primal instincts. As lunar apex passed, he felt subtle shift in transformation energy, not diminishment. But rather stabilization at sustainable parameters. The racial memories suggested traditional Uzaru form maintained until moonset or visual disconnection, requiring external intervention for early termination. I believe I can control reversal process, he informed the observation team. The consciousness framework allows energy redirection rather than simply maintaining against primal surge. Proceed with caution, Artemis advised. Controlled transformation reversal represents greater complexity than simple maintenance. Goku nodded acknowledgement before closing transformed eyes to establish deeper meditation state. His massive form grew motionless as consciousness focused inward, directing energy flows through carefully visualized pathways. Gradually, visible changes manifested. His enormous form began contracting, not rapidly but with controlled precision, each physiological system reconfiguring in coordinated sequence. Dark fur receded as muscular density reduced toward baseline parameters. Facial structure returned toward normal human configuration while maintaining certain enhanced aspects. Extraordinary control demonstration, Selene observed through monitoring system. He's essentially reverse engineering transformation sequence rather than simply terminating external trigger. Within 30 minutes, transformation had largely reversed, though subtle changes remained visible. Goku's normal appearance had returned, though his musculature showed slightly enhanced definition and his eyes retained reddish tint rather than natural dark brown. His height had Chi led approximately 2 inches above previous baseline, permanent growth apparently incorporated from transformation experience. Transformation successfully controlled, maintained, and voluntarily reversed, Chiron announced formally. By any assessment standard, tonight's trial represents unqualified success. As containment teams stood down and monitoring systems recalibrated to normal parameters. Goku breathed deeply, centered awareness acknowledging profound significance beyond simple physiological transformation. The experience had connected him to heritage previously known only through fragments and implications. Saiyan. The word now carried personal meaning rather than abstract concept. Morning found Camp Half-Blood cautiously celebrating unprecedented success. Where catastrophic transformation might have required significant damage control, instead they witnessed controlled power development with potential strategic applications. Rumors spread quickly about Goku's maintained consciousness during transformation. His voluntary reversal process and enhanced capabilities demonstrated throughout trial. At breakfast, traditional seating arrangements once again relaxed as Cam Hers approached Artemis's table with congratulations and questions. Goku responded with characteristic humility, crediting his grandfather's training and support team's preparations rather than personal achievement. The transformation's controlled manifestation represents significant strategic advantage, Athena observed, once again joining his table with scrolls and notebooks. Voluntary Octiva, Chion and termination parameters suggest combat application potential beyond typical demigod capabilities. Though energy requirements necessitate careful consideration, Selene added, arriving with magical monitoring data. Transformation maintenance consumed approximately 3,000 calories per hour, significantly exceeding normal metabolic parameters. Which explains why I'm so hungry this morning. Goku acknowledged with characteristic good humor, his plate stacked impossibly high with breakfast foods. Their technical discussion continued throughout meal, analyzing transformation mechanics with scholarly precision. Other campers listened with varying comprehension, though all recognized significant implications for camp's defensive capabilities. As breakfast concluded, Chiron approached with more formal announcement. Lady Artemis requests your presence at War Council immediately. Last night's successful transformation has strategic implications requiring immediate assessment. The Big House Council room had transformed overnight from casual meeting space to formal tactical center. Maps covered walls while magical projections displayed information too complex for conventional representation. Besides regular counselors, divine representatives had joined discussion, Artemis herself presiding at head position while Mr. D lounged nearby with uncharacteristic attentiveness. The controlled transformation capability demonstrated last night represents significant strategic asset, Artemis began without preamble as Goku entered. However, enemy awareness of this development accelerates their timeline for acquisition attempts. Meaning they'll come after him more aggressively now, Percy translated practically. Precisely, Artemis confirmed. Intelligence suggests coordinated monster movements along northeastern perimeter, likely preparation for extraction operation rather than simple containment testing. They want to capture me before I master these new abilities completely. Goku concluded with surprising tactical insight. Indeed, Artemis's silver eyes reflected approval at his understanding, which necessitates immediate countermeasures beyond simple defensive positioning. She gestured toward central map display where magical indicator highlighted mountain range several hundred miles north. Ancient records reference artifact of particular relevance to your unique situation. The Moonlight Tear, crystallized essence from cosmic alignment that facilitated your creation. Celine stepped forward, unusual eyes shifting between silver and violet as she explained further. The artifact represents intersection point between divine lunar essence and interdimensional energy matrices. Its resonance signature would both confirm your specific creation parameters and potentially stabilize transformation control mechanisms. Where is this artifact now? Athena asked practically. Mount Katahdin in Maine, Artemis replied. Ancient temple complex dedicated to lunar aspects predating Olympian governance. The site's isolation protected it from historical conflicts, though monitoring ceased during medieval period reorganizations. You're proposing retrieval operation, Chiron observed, ancient wisdom recognizing implications beyond stated objectives. A quest, Artemis confirmed, using traditional terminology with specific meaning to demigods. Voluntary expedition to secure artifact before enemy forces recognize its significance. All eyes turned toward Goku, understanding that such quests traditionally centered around the demigod most connected to underlying situation. I'll go, he stated simply, decision requiring no deliberation. If this artifact can help stabilize transformation control and provide answers about my creation, retrieving it seems logical necessity. Traditional protocol permits 2 companions, Chiron reminded them. Quests historically function most effectively with 3 participants, balance between sufficient capability and excess complications. Before discussion could proceed further, silver light flashed near council room ceiling. 3-dimensional image materialized, elderly woman wrapped in mist, sitting upon 3-legged stool before ancient cauldron. The Oracle of Delphi had joined their council through magical projection. The child of moonlight seeks his truth, she intoned, voice carrying mystical resonance despite projection limitations. Silver and gold shall guide his path, where ancient power breaks through world's walls. The maiden's tear reveals the key to power unbound by divine decree. The projection flickered briefly before continuing. 3 shall journey where moonlight sleeps, within stone walls where darkness keeps. The crystal born of worlds between, where neither god nor mortals seen. The warrior's blood shall find its kin, when lunar light and shadow twin. What sleeps beyond the silver gate, shall rise to challenge heaven's fate. With prophecy delivered, the oracle's projection dissipated into silver mist. Silence held council room momentarily as participants processed implications. Well, Mr. D finally drawled, breaking tension with characteristic irreverence. That was suitably dramatic and conveniently specific about location while remaining frustratingly vague about actual dangers. Typical prophecy mechanics. Nevertheless, direction seems clear. Chiron observed more respectfully. The quest centers on retrieving the Moonlight Tear from Mount Katahdin's ancient temple complex. Silver and gold shall guide his path, Artemis quoted thoughtfully. Likely reference to companions rather than literal metals. The silver would logically represent lunar connection, Selene suggested, her unusual eyes reflecting thoughtful analysis. Someone with established affinity for moonlight aspects. And gold potentially references solar aspects or perhaps transformative capabilities, Athena added, scholarly mind analyzing symbolic frameworks. The Super Saiyan manifestation displayed golden energy signature distinct from lunar-triggered Uzaru form. Companion selection naturally falls to quest leader, Chiron reminded them. Turning toward Goku expectantly, Goku considered carefully, recognizing significance beyond simple preference. Prophecy provided framework that certain companions would naturally fulfill while others might work against established pattern. Selene Moonshadow seems natural choice for silver aspect, he suggested after thoughtful consideration. Her magical expertise regarding lunar RGY and connection to both Artemis and Hecate provides specific relevance to artifact retrieval. Selene's unusual eyes widened slightly, though her composed expression revealed little beyond professional interest. I would be honored to contribute my expertise to this quest, she acknowledged formally, though something warmer flickered beneath controlled demeanor. As for gold aspect, Goku continued. The prophecy mentions warrior's blood finding Kain, which suggests combat capability rather than simply scholarly knowledge. His gaze moved thoughtfully across assembled counselors before settling on unexpected choice. Clarice Leroux would bring combat expertise and tactical experience valuable for potentially hostile territory. Surprised murmurs rippled through council room at his selection. Clarice herself, present as Ares' cabin counselor, straightened with evident surprise before narrowing eyes suspiciously. Why me? She demanded bluntly. We're not exactly friends, Moonboy. Precisely why your logical choice, Goku replied with disarming honesty. You have no personal connection clouding tactical judgment. Your combat experience would complement my different fighting style rather than duplicating capabilities. And your strategic assessment would balance Selene's magical expertise with practical battlefield evaluation. The daughter of Ares studied him with narrowed eyes, clearly searching for hidden motives or manipulation. Finding none in his straightforward explanation, she nodded sharply. Fine. Someone needs to keep you from getting killed before figuring out those transformation abilities properly. Her gruff acknowledgement barely disguised evident pride at being selected for significant quest. When do we leave? Immediate departure advisable, Artemis suggested. Enemy forces continue consolidating for potential extraction operation. Establishing sufficient distance from camp before they implement strike parameters provides tactical advantage. We'll need supplies. Transportation. Athena began practically. Already arranged, Artemis interrupted with divine efficiency. Expedition provisions await at northern boundary. Transporta. Cheon to preliminary waypoint provided through divine assistance, though limitations prevent complete circumvention of mortal travel requirements. She turned toward selected quest participants with formal authority. Prepare immediately. Departure scheduled within hour to maximize daylight travel potential. As council dispersed to implement preparations, Goku found himself momentarily alone with his divine creator. Artemis studied him with unreadable expression, silver eyes reflecting complexities beyond mortal comprehension. You selected companions based on practical effectiveness rather than personal preference, she observed neutrally. An unusual choice for one your age. Grandfather taught me that missions succeed through complementary capabilities rather than comfortable relationships, Goku explained simply. Though I respect both Selene and Clarice for different reasons. Something almost resembling approval flickered across divine features. Your perspective demonstrates maturity beyond apparent development. Perhaps Son Gohan's philosophical training proves even more valuable than his martial teachings. He considered them inseparable, Goku replied with genuine appreciation for his grandfather's wisdom. Physical discipline without mental framework creates dangerous imbalance. Mental discipline without physical application remains theoretical rather than practical. Indeed, Artemis's expression softened fractionally. Your quest carries significance beyond artifact retrieval. The moonlight tier represents connection point between your dual heritage, divine essence and warrior lineage. Its resonance may provide insights regarding your unique existence beyond what creation circumstances alone revealed. You mean it might help me understand what I am more completely? Goku translated with characteristic directness. Precisely. Artemis hesitated briefly before adding with unusual personal investment. Your existence represents unprecedented parameters even within divine framework. Understanding these parameters serves both practical necessity and. She paused momentarily. Personal completion. The admission, subtle but significant from T. Typically reserved goddess, touched something profound within Goku. His characteristic smile, warm and sincere despite circumstances, illuminated his features. I'll find it, he promised simply, and return with whatever answers it provides. Quote, preparation proceeded with military efficiency. Goku returned briefly to Artemis's cabin, collecting minimal personal possessions, his grandfather's fighting staff. The orange GI he preferred for its freedom of movement, simple meditation beads carved from mountain wood. His Spartan approach to equipment matched Hunter philosophy of traveling light with maximum effectiveness. Outside camp armory, he encountered Clarice inventorying significantly more extensive combat provisions. The daughter of Ares had assembled impressive arsenal, celestial bronze spear crackling with electrical energy. Backup sword with serrated edge, multiple knives positioned for tactical accessibility, compact crossbow with specialized ammunition types. Planning for war, Goku inquired good-naturedly. Planning for survival, Clarice corrected without looking up from equipment check. Unlike you, Moonboy, some of us can't transform into giant monkey creatures when things get dicey. Despite her gruff tone, Goku detected no genuine hostility, simply practical assessment from warrior's perspective. Fair point, he acknowledged without offense. Though grandfather always said the best weapon is one you don't need to use. Your grandfather never faced Empusai battalion with reinforced Racine flanking support, Clarice replied practically, though something resembling respect colored her tone. Different tactical situations require appropriate response options. Their equipment discussion continued with surprising compatibility. Goku's minimalist philosophy balanced by Clarice's comprehensive preparation. Despite different approaches, both recognized fundamental truth underlying their methodologies. Readiness mattered more than specific implementation. Celine joined them as final preparations concluded, her own equipment reflecting balanced approach between their extremes. Simple travel pack contained essential magical components while Practica clothing replaced formal robes without sacrificing embedded protective enchantments. Silver staff inscribed with lunar symbols served both walking support and magical focus, while practical hunting. Knife suggested mundane solutions alongside mystical options. Transport awaits at northern boundary, she informed them efficiently. Lady Artemis has arranged initial relocation to reduced Divine Ignature area before conventional travel becomes necessary. They walked together toward designated departure point, an unusual trio united by prophecy rather than natural affinity. Camp residents TCHED their passage with expressions ranging from concern to curiosity, understanding that traditional quests often represented turning points in ongoing mythological narratives. Near northern boundary, they found unexpected farewell committee. Athena Jong stood conversing with Talia Grace, unusual alliance between typically competitive personalities. Nearby waited Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase, veteran questers whose experience provided valuable perspective. Brought you something, Athena stated without preamble, presenting scroll case with scholarly precision. Topographical maps of T. Argot region with historical overlay indicating temple complex positioning. Conventional GPS systems often malfunction around ancient sites with residual divine energy signatures. Thank you, Goku replied sincerely, recognizing thoughtful practicality behind her gift. This will be incredibly helpful. Talia stepped forward next, offering silver whistle suspended on leather cord. Hunter communication implement, she explained briskly, functions regardless of distance limitations when genuine need arises. One use only, save for true emergency. Smart insurance policy, Clarice acknowledged with professional approval. Her typical rivalry with Hunters temporarily suspended by practical consideration. Percy approached with characteristic casual demeanor masking serious intent. Brought water purification tablets, he explained, handing small container to Goku. Sounds basic, but you'd be surprised how often quests lead to contaminated water sources. These work on anything liquid regardless of magical properties. And this, Annabeth added, presenting compact device resembling smartphone. Modified Daedalus design, functions without normal cellular infrastructure through alternative magical network. Limited range but provides emergency communication capability outside normal service areas. Their practical gifts demonstrated veteran understanding beyond simple well-wishing. Each item addressed specific challenge quests typically encountered: navigation difficulties, communication limitations, resource constraints, emergency contingencies. "Thank you all," Goku said with genuine appreciation. Grandfather would say true friends provide what's needed rather than what's expected. As farewells concluded and final preparations completed, Artemis herself appeared for formal quest commencement. The goddess approached with divine authority, silver eyes assessing final arrangements with eternal hunter's precision. The path ahead contains challenges beyond physical obstacles, she informed them. Ancient powers stir as dimensional boundaries thin near cosmic alignment anniversary. The temple complex itself exists partially between conventional reality frameworks, its innermost chambers accessible only through specific lunar-keyed gateways. She turned toward Selene specifically. "Your magical heritage provides necessary insight for navigating threshold boundaries. Trust intuition where conventional perception fails." To Clarice, she offered different counsel. "Warrior's instinct serves where divine perception cannot penetrate." Ancient temple guardians, respond to intent rather than specific tactics. Honor in combat matters more than victory alone. Finally, her silver gaze settled on Goku. "The moonlight tier represents connection point between disparate aspects of your unique heritage. Its resonance may trigger further integration between dormant capabilities and conscious framework. Be prepared for unexpected developments as proximity increases." With formal warnings delivered, Artemis extended her hand. Silver light coalesced around her palm, forming small crystal container holding what appeared to be solidified moonlight. "Transportation token," she explained. "One-time relocation to reduced divine signature area approximately 100 miles north. Further progress requires conventional travel to maintain appropriate stealth parameters." Goku accepted the token respectfully. "Thank you, Lady Artemis, for everything." Something almost resembling maternal concern flickered across divine features before composed neutrality returned. "Success serves multiple interests," she replied with formal detachment, though something warmer lingered beneath official tone. "Return when your quest concludes." The goddess stepped back, as quest participants gathered around transportation token. Silver light intensified as Goku crushed crystal between his fingers, releasing contained divine energy. Moonlight enveloped the trio completely, their forms becoming translucent before disappearing entirely. Divine transportation concluded with disorienting suddenness. One moment they stood at Camp Half-Blood's northern boundary, the next found them materialized in dense forest clearing hundreds of miles distant. Tall pines surrounded them while distant mountain peaks rose against northern horizon. White Mountain National Forest, Selene identified after brief orientation. Approximately 120 miles south of target location. Decent insertion point, Clarice assessed with tactical precision, already scanning surroundings for potential threats. Minimal population density, natural cover abundant, multiple travel routes available. Goku oriented himself quickly, internal compass functioning with unusual accuracy since transformation experience. Mount Katahdin lies northeast from current position, he confirmed, pointing toward distant peaks barely visible through forest canopy. Approximately 2 days travel at standard pace. If uninterrupted by monster encounters, Clarice added practically. Which seems unlikely given recent enemy activity patterns. "We should establish movement protocol," Selene suggested. Magical concealment provides limited effectiveness against determined tracking, but combined with physical stealth measures could reduce encounter frequency. Their tactical discuss. Ion continued as they began northward journey, each contributing expertise from different traditions. Clarice established scout rotation and defensive positioning while Selene implemented subtle magical misdirection around their trail. Goku's enhanced senses provided early warning system for potential threats, his transformation-boosted capabilities detecting disturbances beyond normal perception range. Forest terrain provided both challenge and advantage as afternoon progressed. Dense vegetation offered concealment while simultaneously restricting visibility and movement options. Wildlife responded to their passage with unusual awareness. birds and small mammals demonstrating recognition beyond typical human interactions. They sense your connection to Artemis, Selene explained when Goku remarked on phenomenon. Wild creatures recognize divine essence regardless of form. Your transformation experience likely strengthened that recognition pattern. Useful for advanced warning system, Clarice noted practically. Animals detect monster presence before most magical wards trigger. Their journey continued without significant incident through afternoon hours. Goku's enhanced phys. ICAL capabilities allowed maintaining pace that would have exhausted normal demigods, while Clarice's military conditioning and Selene's magical stamina enhancement enabled matching his stride without difficulty. As sunset approached, they established defensible camp position within natural rock formation, providing back protection while allowing clear sightlines across approaching terrain. Clary, SSE implemented perimeter security with veteran efficiency while Selene established magical warning system around outer boundaries. Simple meal tonight, Goku suggested as they settled around small concealed fire. Grandfather taught me local edible plants if you'd prefer fresh options to packed provisions. You forage? Clarice asked with surprise. Thought you'd be all about protein bars and de-engineered nutrition with that martial arts background. Grandfather believed in natural sustenance, Goku explained while efficiently gathering nearby edible vegetation. He said processed food reads processed energy, artificial rather than naturally integrated. Within 30 minutes, he had prepared surprisingly appetizing meal from minimal ingredients, wild greens, nuts, and dried pruvi ons combined with simple but effective seasoning carried in small pouch. Impressive culinary skills for warrior training, Selene observed as they ate. Most combat disciplines neglect such practica. Knowledge in favor of specialized fighting techniques. Grandfather considered self-sufficiency fundamental to complete training, Goku replied. Combat skills prove useless if basic survival needs remain unaddressed. Their conversation continued as night deepened around them, initially focused on practical matters before gradually shifting toward personal perspectives. Despite their disparate backgrounds, common ground emerged through shared experiences. All three understood isolation, specialized training requirements, and burden of unusual capabilities. Ares kids get combat skills but limited strategic framework, Clarice admitted during particularly candid exchange. Everyone expects us to charge headfirst without thinking. Gets frustrating when you actually understand tactical considerations but nobody listens because of cabin reputation. Magical specialists face similar dismissal, Selene acknowledged. Technical understanding gets overshadowed by flashy manifestations. Nobody appreciates complex theoretical framework underlying practical applications. Grandfather warned me about similar assumptions, Goku contributed thoughtfully. He said society categorizes people through superficial assessment rather than genuine understanding. True warriors recognize depth beneath apparent surface. Their conversation paused as distant howl echoed through forest darn. Not natural wolf but something larger, its call carrying unnatural harmonics that raised immediate alertness among experienced demigods. Hellhound, Clarice identified instantly, hand moving to spear positioned within easy reach. Large one based on vocal resonance. Probably 3 miles northwest and moving parallel rather than directly toward us. Likely regular patrol rather than targeted pursuit, Selene assessed. Magical senses extending beyond normal perception range. Energy signature suggests routine movement pattern rather than tracking concentration. Goku's enhanced senses confirmed their analysis. It's following established route, he agreed. Probably territorial boundary maintenance rather than active hunting. Their easy transition from personal conversation to tactical assessment demonstrated professional focus regardless of previous discussion openness. All three understood fundamental reality of their existence. Threat awareness remained constant necessity regardless of momentary relaxation. After confirming monster maintained distance without approaching their position, conversation gradually resumed though with more measured cadence. Watch rotation established natural conclusion as Clarice took first shift, positioned at camp perimeter with practiced vigilance. Selene prepared simple sleeping arrangements while Goku established brief meditation practice before rest. The night passed without significant disturbance, periodic watch changes maintaining security while allowing necessary recovery. Dawn found them already breaking camp, morning RO. U-Team completed with efficient coordination that suggested veteran team rather than newly formed expedition. Goku led initial navigation with Selene providing magical concealment while Clarice maintained rear security position. Their second day's journey progressed through increasingly mountainous terrain. Forest density gradually changed composition as elevation increased, deciduous trees yielding to predominantly coniferous vegetation with accompanying undergrowth modifications. Temple complex location suggests intentional positioning within ley line convergence, Selene observed as they paused briefly near rushing mountain stream. Ancient lunar temples typically established where dimensional boundaries naturally thin during specific astronomical alignments, meaning easier access to other realms. Clarice translated practically. Precisely, Selene confirmed. Though realms oversimplifies complex dimensional intersection parameters. More accurately described as reality framework convergence points where conventional physical laws demonstrate increased flexibility. Like where the warrior came from, Goku suggested thoughtfully. The one whose essence contributed to my creation. Indeed, Selene agreed, unusual eyes studying him with scholarly interest. Lady Artemis's description suggested interdimensional transference rather than conventional extraterrestrial origin. The warrior apparently crossed reality boundary during cosmic alignment rather than simply traveling through normal space. Their theoretical discussion continued as journey resumed, technical concepts interweaving with practical navigation considerations. By mid-afternoon, Mount Katahdin dominated northern horizon, massive granite peak rising dramatically above surrounding landscape. PLE complex occupies southeastern ridge according to historical documentation, Selene informed them, consulting Athena's detailed maps. Approximately 4 hours climb from current position assuming no significant opposition. Which seems increasingly unlikely, Clarice observed grimly, indicating disturbed vegetation and distinctive tracks marking recent passage. Multiple monster types converging on same location. These aren't random movement patterns. Goku studied sign with enhanced perception, confirming her tactical assessment. Organized search operation, he agreed. Different NSTER types maintaining coordinated sweep patterns. They're looking for something specific. The Moonlight Tier, Selene concluded with scholarly certainty. Enemy forces must have identified artifact court significance through alternative intelligence channels. Changing tactical parameters, Clarice decided immediately. Standard approach compromised by established opposition presence. Need alternative insertion pathway. They consulted maps briefly before identifying potential solution. While main ridge approach showed clear signs of monster activity, western face offered more challenging terrain with correspondingly reduced patrol coverage. Steeper climb but better concealment options, Clarice assessed professionally. Reduced encounter probability outweighs increased technical difficulty. Their revised approach began immediately, angling northwest to intercept less accessible western route. Terrain quickly transformed from manageable forest hiking to technical rock navigation, requiring climbing skills and careful coordination. Good thing I'm not afraid of heights, Goku observed good-naturedly as they traversed particularly exposed section with significant drop below. Grandfather's balance training finally showing practical application. Your supernatural strength and agility might contribute slightly more than balance training, Clarice noted dryly, though her own impressive climbing skills demonstrated Aries' children's natural physical capabilities. Selene managed technical sections through combination of practical skill and subtle magical assistance, not obvious levitation but rather enhanced friction points and stabilized handholds that improved safety without eliminating physical requirements. Afternoon progressed toward evening as they continued upward climb. The mountain's massive presence dominated immediate perspective, ancient granite radiating subtle energy patterns beyond normal geological formations. As elevation increased, Goku noticed increasing resonance between mountain's natural energy and his own internal key pathways. The location isn't coincidental, he observed during brief rest period. This mountain naturally amplifies energy patterns similar to what I felt during transformation. Sacred sites typically establish where natural energy convergence creates metaphysical amplification potential, Selene confirmed. ANSI and practitioners recognized and utilized these convergence points for ceremonial purposes long before modern magical theory formalized underlying principles. Twilight approached as they neared ridge. E-line where temple complex reportedly waited. The climb's final section presented greatest technical challenge, sheer granite face requiring coordinated teamwork to navigate safely. Goku's enhanced street ranked provided crucial assistance during critical sections, while Selene's magical support stabilized precarious transitions. They crested ridge line just as sunset painted western sky with crimson and gold. Before them spread ancient plateau unnaturally level considering surrounding mountain terrain. Weathered stone structures emerged from native granite as if grown rather than constructed, columns, archways, and wall sections arranged in concentric circles around central courtyard. The lunar temple, Selene identified with scholarly reverence. Constructed during pre-Olympian era when Selene herself governed moon aspects before Artemis assumed domain responsibilities. The ancient complex radiated palpable energy despite millennia of exposure to mountain elements. Weathered stone retained intricate carvings depicting lunar phases, celestial alignments, and transformation sequences involving human figures assuming animal aspects beneath full moon representation. Looks like your transformation isn't completely unprecedented, Clarisse observed, indicating particular carving sequence showing human figure progressively assuming canine characteristics under carved full moon. Ancient lunar priests apparently underwent similar changes during ceremonial cycles, suggesting transformation capability represents inherent potential within lunar energy framework rather than exclusively Saiyan characteristic. Selene theorized with scholarly precision. Your unique heritage may have activated latent capability present within broader metaphysical system. Their theoretical discussion paused as practical security considerations reasserted priority. Monster activity signs remained evident throughout temple complex, disturbed vegetation, scattered equipment suggesting temporary encampment. Distinctive tracks indicating multiple species working with unusual coordination. Recent activity but currently unoccupied, Clarisse assessed after careful reconnaissance. They've established search parameters but maintain centralized base camp elsewhere. Patrol patterns suggest periodic sweeps rather than continuous occupation, meaning limited operational window before next patrol cycle. Goku concluded with surprising tactical insight. We should locate the artifact quickly while maintaining maximum security awareness. They approached central courtyard where massive circular stone dominated architectural arrangement. Carved lunar calendar surrounded central altar platform where silver disk reflected evening sky despite no apparent reflective material in its construction. The gateway nexus, Selene identified with mystical certainty. Dimensional threshold requiring specific lunar phase alignment for activation. She studied ancient inscriptions surrounding silver disk, her unusual eyes shifting between silver and violet as magical perception extended beyond physical sight. Tonight's lunar phase approaches optimum alignment parameters. The gateway should become accessible within approximately 3 hours when moon reaches proper elevation. 3 hours until potential access window, Clarisse translated practically. Also 3 hours until estimate D patrol return based on track aging assessment. Close timing, Goku observed with characteristic understatement. They established security position within ruined temple section providing both concealment and clear sightlines across primary approach vectors. As darkness deepened across mountain plateau, they prepared for gateway activation while maintaining vigilant awareness of potential opposition arrival. The inscriptions describe moonlight tears creation during cosmic alignment when visitor from beyond stars provided essence of warrior race. 2. Maiden goddess of silver bow, Selene translated. Studying ancient carvings with scholarly focus. Remarkable correlation with Lady Artemis's description of your creation circumstances. Almost like they knew it would happen, Goku observed thoughtfully. Or perhaps recorded similar occurrence from previous cosmic cycle, Selene suggested. Many ancient traditions reference cyclical rather than linear temporal frameworks. What appears as prediction might represent historical documentation from previous manifestation. Their theoretical discussion continued while practical preparations proceeded simultaneously. Clarisse established defensive positions at escape routes should opposition arrive before mission completion, while Goku assisted Selene with gateway preparation requirements. As midnight approached, moonlight strengthened across temple complex. The silver disk at courtyard center began responding to increasing lunar radiation, subtle illumination emerging from within stone material rather than simply reflecting external light. Ancient carvings throughout complex similarly activated, silver energy flowing through weathered channels like liquid light through stone veins. Gateway activation sequence initiating, Selene reported with mystical precision. Dimensional threshold thinning as lunar alignment approaches optimal parameters. The silver disk's illumination intensified dramatically as Moon reached designated elevation. Light erupted vertically from central platform, forming translucent cylinder extending skyward toward lunar source. Within this column, reality itself appeared to ripple like disturbed water surface. The threshold opens, Selene announced with scholarly excitement despite professional demeanor. Access window approximately 30 minutes based on inscription parameters. Before they could approach activated gateway, however, disaster struck without warning. Howls erupted from multiple directions simultaneously as Monster Patrol returned earlier than projected timeline. Worse, their numbers suggested reinforced contingent rather than standard reconnaissance unit. Ambush parameters, Clarice assessed instantly, combat experience recognizing tactical situation. They anticipated our arrival timeline. This isn't random patrol but specific interception force. The golden-eyed commander must have projected our objective, Goku realized, dropping into fight. Ing's stance as monstrous forms emerged from forest darkness surrounding temple complex. They were waiting for gateway activation to reveal our presence. Tactical situation deteriorated rapidly as Position forces converged from multiple vectors. Hellhounds led initial assault. Massive black canines with glowing red eyes and supernatural speed. Behind them advanced more sophisticated threats, Ane warriors with reptilian lower bodies carrying celestial bronze weapons, Empusai vampiric demons moving with hypnotic grace, and massive Laestrygonian giants wielding crude but devastating clubs. Defensive formation compromised, Clarice announced grimly, electric spear crackling as she prepared for engagement. Multiple opponent types with coordinated attack pattern. Conventional resista, NCE unsustainable against current force composition. The gateway remains our primary objective, Selene reminded them, staff glowing with magical energy as she prepared defensive enchantments. If we secure the Moonlight Tier, its resonance may provide tactical advantage against current opposition. I'll create diversion, Goku decided instantly, his normally cheerful expression replaced by warrior's focus. Draw primary forces away from gateway while you two secure artifact. Unacceptable risk parameters, Clarice objected immediately, professional assessment overriding typical bravado. Opposition force exceeds individual containment capability regardless of combat proficiency. Goku's response came not through words but action. As monsters closed perimeter around temple complex, his form blurred with explosive movement. One moment he stood beside them, the next found him launching into approaching enemy ranks with devastating impact. His fighting style, fluid grace combined with overwhelming power, created immediate chaos among coordinated monster units. Each strike delivered precisely calculated force, sufficient to neutralize without wasting energy on excessive damage. Bodies flew in all directions as his martial arts training translated into devastatingly effective monster combat. He's drawing them toward eastern approach, Clarice observed with professional appreciation despite evident concern. Creating maximum separation between main force and gateway position. We must utilize tactical opportunity despite questionable parameters, Selene decided, already moving toward activated gateway. The artifact represents mission-critical objective regardless of engagement developments. They rushed toward Silver Light Column while Goku's diversionary assault. Chi continued drawing primary opposition force eastward. Monster commanders recognized tactical situation but found themselves unable to disengage without sacrificing forward units already committed to central engagement. At gateway threshold, Selene hesitated momentarily. Dimensional transition requires specific physiological preparation, she warned Clarice. Maintain physical contact with me throughout crossing process. Separation within threshold space creates potentially catastrophic consequences. With that ominous caution, they stepped together into Silver Light Column. Reality ripple, around them, conventional physical parameters temporarily suspended as dimensional threshold enveloped their forms. Clarice maintained iron grip on Selene's arm, her naturally combative expression placed by uncharacteristic uncertainty as familiar reality frameworks dissolved around them. Transition concluded with disorienting suddenness. One moment they existed between conventional reality parameters. The next found them materialized within vast circular chamber unlike anything outside portal. Crystalline walls captured and amplified moonlight streaming through circular opening overhead. The chamber's floor featured intricate silver inlays forming astronomical patterns centered around raised dais where single object commanded immediate attention. The moonlight tier, approximately hand-sized, the crystalline formation resembled solidified mercury captured in moment of impact, silver droplet frozen in time with impact ripples perfectly preserved in crystalline matrix. Within its structure, golden energy threads intertwined with silver substrate, two distinct power signatures merged into single harmonious manifestation. Extraordinary materialization, Selene breathed, Shoal. Y assessment momentarily overriding mission urgency. Physical representation of interdimensional energy convergence during cosmic alignment. Precisely as ancient texts described, yet fundamentally more complex than theoretical models suggested. Fascinating, Clarice acknowledged with characteristic practicality. Also exactly what enemy forces want and what we need immediately. Grab it so we see. An extract before Moonboy gets overwhelmed by superior numbers. Selene approached dais with appropriate caution, magical senses extended to detect potential security measures. Finding no conventional protective enchantments, she carefully lifted crystalline formation from resting position. Immediate response reverberated throughout chamber as energy patterns throughout crystalline walls intensified dramatically. The moonlight tier itself pulsed with increasing luminescence, silver and gold energies activating in response to movement from millennia-long stasis. Dormancy termination sequence initiating, Selene reported with professional precision despite evident concern. Energy signature establishing resonance pattern with external correspondent. Meaning what exactly? Clarice Dima, NDED as chamber vibrations intensified around them. The artifact recognizes connection to Goku, Selene translated. It's attempting to establish direct resonance despite physical separation. Outside dimensional threshold, Goku continued engagement against overwhelming opposition. Despite extraordinary combat capability, sheer numbers gradually forced defensive positioning as monster reinforce. Ments continued arriving at Temple Complex. His fighting style remained measured despite deteriorating tactical situation, each movement delivering maximum efficiency rather than desperate flailing. Grandfather's training provided framework for maintaining effectiveness regardless of opponent numbers or physical fatigue. Impressive demonstration, observed familiar voice with unnatural resonance. Though ultimately futile against superior tactical positioning. The golden-eyed commander from previous encounter appeared at Forest Edge, observing combat with calculated assessment rather than direct engagement. Unlike previous manifestation where he maintained human appearance with subtle inconsistencies, his current form revealed more significant transformation. Golden eyes now dominated P. Artially translucent face through which secondary features occasionally emerged, something ancient and terrible glimpsed beneath human facade. The transformation development proceeds exactly as Mistress predicted. He continued conversationally despite chaotic battle surrounding them. Your control parameters demonstrate remarkable advancement since previous encounter. Goku disengaged from D8 opponents with explosive backward leap, creating momentary separation before addressing the commander directly. Who is your mistress? Why does she want me specifically? Questions implying you deserve answers. The commander replied with amused condescension. Charming but irrelevant. Your function within larger framework requires neither understanding nor consent. Before further exchange could develop, seismic disturbance interrupted tactical situation. The temple complex's central courtyard erupted with silver-gold energy as gateway connection destabilized from dimensional resonance feedback. Monster forces momentarily disengaged in confusion as ground trembled beneath ancient stones. Within threshold chamber, Selene recognized imminent system collapse. Gateway destabilizing from artifact activation. She reported urgently. Transition window closing with potential explosive decompression if dimensional barrier integrity fails during active crossing. Meaning run immediately. Clarice translated practically, already pulling Selene toward portal entrance with warrior's decisiveness. They leapt together into destabilizing threshold connection, dimensional transitio. Compressing into seconds rather than gradual process. Reality rippled violently around them as gateway structure threatened complete collapse before transition completed. Their forms materialized N Temple Courtyard amid chaotic energy discharge as gateway connection failed catastrophically behind them. The energy release created concussive blast throwing monster forces backward while temporary. Lee disrupting commander's coordinated control parameters. Tactical withdrawal imperative, Clarice announced instantly, combat experience recognizing momentary advantage amid chaos. Opposition temporarily disorganized but reinforcement timeline indicates imminent numerical superiority beyond sustainable resistance parameters. Goku appeared beside them with supernatural speed, physical conduit. Ion showing evidence of extended engagement despite maintained combat effectiveness. Multiple minor injuries across his form suggested significant opposition despite impressive neutralization counts surrounding Temple Complex. You found it, he observed with characteristic focus on mission objective despite tactical situation. His eyes fixed on Moonlight Tear with unusual intensity, something in crystalline formation resonating with his own energy signature in visible harmonic pattern. Escape vector identification critical. Selene reminded them, magical senses tracking opposition reorganization patterns. Western Ridge offers minimal patrol coverage but requires technical descent parameters potentially prohibitive under pursuit conditions. Before tactical discussion could continue, the Moonlight Tier itself provided unexpected solution. As Goku approached crystalline formation still held within Selene's careful grasp, resonance patterns intensified dramatically. Silver Gold Energy erupted between artifact and demigod, connection establishing with physical manifestation visible to conventional perception. It's responding to your proximity, Selene observed with scholarly precision despite urgent circumstances. Resonance patterns suggest activation parameters beyond documented capabilities. The artifact's response continued intensifying as distance decreased. When Goku extended his hand toward crystalline formation, connection established with explosive energy transfer. Silver gold illumination enveloped his form completely as information and power flowed through. Established connection. Racial memories accessing cosmic library previously locked within crystalline matrix. Knowledge flooded his consciousness, not simply information but complete understanding beyond fragmented insights previously accessed. The warrior whose essence contributed to his creation had provided more than simple genetic material during cosmic alignment. Complete cultural context, technological framework, historical perspective, all compressed within dying essence transfer only partially accessible until artifact resonance completed connection sequence. As knowledge integration completed, power transfer initiated secondary sequence. Goku's form illuminated with intensifying radiance as energy pathways throughout his physiology reconfigured to accommodate expanded capability parameters. His physical appearance began subtle transformation, not Uzaru manifestation but rather controlled evolution incorporating aspects from both heritage sources. His hair shifted toward gold, luminescence while maintaining natural configuration rather than dramatically altered structure. Eyes transformed from normal dark brown to brilliant teal, radiating internal power without aggression or instability. Muscle definition increased slightly while overall physical parameters remained recognizably himself rather than fundamentally altered form. Super Saiyan integration without lunar catalyst. Selene identified with mystical precision. The artifact provided missing knowledge components necessary for voluntary transformation without external trigger requirement. The Golden Eye. Commander observed transformation with calculated assessment rather than surprise. Precisely as Mistress predicted, he commented to unseen audience, voice carrying unnatural resonance. Artifact resonance completes integration sequence, allowing conscious transformation access without lunar dependency. He gestured toward reorganizing monster forces, resuming attack coordination with renewed focus. Secure the hybrid and artifact. Terminate companions if necessary but primary objectives require intact acquisition. Monster forces surged forward with coordinated determination, tactical foe. Mission designed to separate quest members from each other while focusing containment efforts on Goku specifically. The commander himself remained at operational perimeter, directing rather than engaging directly, strategic assessment rather than combat participation. Transformed Goku assessed tactical situation with enhanced perception beyond previous capability. The knowledge transfer had provided not simply power increase but strategic framework developed through generations of warrior culture evolution. Combat algorithms processed opponent patterns with mathematical precision while key manipulation expanded to incorporate techniques previously inaccessible through fragmented understanding. "We need coordinated extraction," he announced to companions, voice slightly deeper but recognizably his own despite transformed appearance. "I can create sustained diversion with new capabilities, but artifact security remains primary mission objective." Negative tactical assessment, Clarice countered immediately. Combat experience recognizing flawed proposal. Separation creates vulnerability for both elements. Coordinated defense while establishing mutual extraction vector provides superior survival probability. Agreed. Celine confirmed, magical analysis supporting tactical conclusion. The artifact's resonance with your energy signature suggests proximity advantage rather than separate operational parameters. Their unified decision established defensive triangle formation. Goku's transformed capabilities providing primary opposition engagement while Clarice established pay. Remayer security and Celine implemented magical support functions. As monster forces converged from multiple vectors, they maintained position while gradually shifting toward Western Ridge extraction route. What followed demonstrated exceptional teamwork despite limited prior coordination experience. Goku's transformed state provided combat capability exceeding even his previous impressive parameters, each movement delivering precisely calculated force with minimum energy expenditure and maximum tactical effect. Clarice's electric spear established secondary engagement perimeter while her combat experience identified approaching threats before visible manifestation. Celine's magical support provided both defensive enhancement and targeted offensive capability against specific opponent vulnerabilities. Impressive coordination. The commander observed from operational perimeter, golden eyes narrowing with tactical reassessment. Adaptation parameters exceed preliminary models. Intervention threshold achieved. His form blurred as divine level speed carried him directly into engagement zone, bypassing defensive perimeter through sheer velocity. Unlike previous encounter where he maintained operational distance, his current approach indicated direct acquisition intent rather than continued assessment. Goku intercepted with matching speed, transformed state providing capability parameters beyond previous limitations. Their collision generated visible shockwave as supernatural forces engaged directly rather than through proxies. "Your capabilities develop admirably," the Commander acknowledged during momentary separation between engagement sequences. "Though still embryonic compared to ultimate potential once mistress provides proper development framework." "Not interested in your mistress's plans," Goku replied simply, transformed state maintaining his essential personality despite enhanced capabilities. "We're leaving with the artifact. Stand down and avoid unnecessary conflict." The commander's response came through renewed attack rather than verbal exchange. Green energy erupted from his partially translucent form, not controlled magical implementation but rather raw power release indicating escalation beyond previous engagement parameters. Their combat intensified as Commander demonstrated capabilities exceeding conventional monster leadership. His artially manifested true form incorporated aspects from something ancient and terrible attempting manifestation through human vessel. Golden eyes blazed with unnatural light while physical movement demonstrated speed and strength beyond mortal limitations. Despite impressive opposition, Goku's transformed state provided effective countermeasures. The knowledge transfer had included combat techniques specifically designed for engagement against divine-level entities. Key manipulation focused on disrupting energy channels rather than simply overwhelming physical resistance. While primary engagement continued between Goku and Commander, Clarice and Celine maintained defensive positioning against continuous monster assault. Their coordinated effort gradually established extraction vector toward Western Ridge despite opposition attempts to prevent disengagement. Primary objective remains artifact security, Celine reminded them during momentary engagement pause. Tactical withdrawal praise Arv's mission success regardless of opposition containment parameters. Agreed, Goku acknowledged from transformed perspective that balanced enhanced capabilities with mission priorities. Disengage. On coordinated signal and proceed to extraction vector. I'll provide cover operation before following. Clarice studied tactical situation with veterans assessment before nodding sharp agreement. 3-count disengagement on my signal. Maintain communication visibility throughout extraction sequence. The commander recognized impending disengagement attempt with tactical precision. Containment units converge on western vector. He commanded monster forces with unnatural resonance. Priority targets attempting extraction with primary objective. Monster forces responded with unprecedented coordination. Multiple units breaking engagement to establish blocking position along anticipated withdrawal route. Their tactical adaptation demonstrated intelligence beyond typical mythological sea. Reacher parameters, strategic assessment rather than instinctual response. Extraction window closing, Clarice reported grimly, combat experience recognizing deteriorating tactical situation. Oppose, Ishan establishing effective containment perimeter with minimal disruption vulnerability. The Moonlight tier itself provided unexpected solution. As tactical situation deteriorated, crystalline form. Ashen began pulsing with increasing luminescence, silver-gold energy responding to heightened circumstances. Within Celine's careful grasp, the artifact's energy signature established expanding resonance. CE pattern connecting all three quest members regardless of physical separation. The artifact is creating harmonized energy matrix, Celine reported with scholarly precision despite urgent circumstances. Resonance parameters suggest transportation capability beyond conventional magical frameworks, meaning it can get us out of here. Clarice translated practically. Theoretically, Celine confirmed, though implementation parameters remain undefined without precedent reference. Goku disengaged from commander with explosive movement, creating momentary separation before rejoining companions in defensive triangle. His transformed state maintained impressive combat effectiveness despite extended engagement duration. The artifact responds to intent and necessity, he stated with certainty born from knowledge transfer. Its fundamental purpose involves connection between worlds rather than simply physical manifestation. Without further tactical discussion, Goku placed his hand directly on crystalline formation still held within Celine's careful grasp. Clarice completed connection triangle by maintaining physical contact with both companions. Focus on Camp Half-Blood, Goku instructed simply. The artifact responds to shared intention rather than specific magical implementation. As monster forces closed final containment perimeter and commander prepared direct intervention. Silver-gold energy erupted around connected quest members. Reality rippled around their forms as dimensional transition initiated without conventional gateway structure, the artifact itself Cr. Eating necessary framework through resonance with Goku's unique energy signature. The commander's furious expression was last image visible as transition completed, temple complex dissolving from perception as interdimensional transfer initiated without established pathway. Unlike controlled gateway transition, this transportation method felt simultaneously instantaneous and eternal, conventional. Temporal framework temporarily suspended during transfer process. Reality reasserted with disorienting abruptness. One moment they existed between conventional dimensions, the next found them materia. Lizzed at Camp Half-Blood's Central Commons area amid dinner preparations. Their sudden appearance, accompanied by visible energy discharge and transformed Goku, created immediate chaos among unprepared campers. Successful extraction, Clarice announced professionally despite evident fatigue and multiple minor injuries. Primary objective secured with minimal casualties despite superior opposition force. Celine maintained careful hold on Moonlight Tear despite obvious magical exhaustion from transportation support functions. Artifact remains stable though energetically active, she reported with scholarly precision. Resonance patterns indicate continued integration sequence rather than dormancy return. Goku's transformed state gradually subsided as immediate combat necessity faded. Golden hair returned to natural black while teal eyes reverted to normal dark brown. His physical appearance normalized though subtle changes remain evidence of permanent integration rather than temporary manifestation. Chiron galloped forward from stunned crowd, ancient eyes assessing their condition with healer's precision. You've returned significantly earlier than anticipated expedition timeline, he observed with characteristic understatement, and apparently secured primary objective despite opposition engagement. The artifact provided unexpected transportation capability, Goku explained, accepting water canteen from concerned Apollo camper with grateful nod. Though enemy forces established ambush parameters at Temple Complex before our arrival, they anticipated our objective, Clarice added with tactical precision. Coordinated monster units with command structure indicating specific acquisition mission rather than random opposition. Most concerning, the commander referenced Mistress's predictions regarding artifact resonance completing integration sequence. Selene contributed, magical senses maintaining monitoring connection with crystalline formation. Sug. Sting enemy intelligence possesses concerning insight regarding Goku's developmental parameters. Before detailed debriefing could proceed further, silver light materialized beside central hearth. Artemis appeared without elaborate manifestation sequence, her divine presence focused on expedition outcome rather than ceremonial arrival. The moonlight tear has awakened, she observed, silver eyes fixed on crystalline formation with ancient recognition, and established resonance connection completing integration sequence. Her gaze shifted to Goku, divine perception noting subtle but significant changes in his energy signature and physical parameters. The knowledge transfer provided access to voluntary transformation capability without lunar catalyst requirement. Yes, Lady Artemis, he confirmed respectfully. The artifact contained complete cultural context and technical information regarding Saiyan capabilities, including transformation control methodology without external trigger dependency. The goddess extended her hand, indicating Selene should present crystalline formation for divine examination. Silver eyes studied artifact with Eternal Hunter's precision, assessing energy signature and resonance patterns with understanding beyond mortal comprehension. The moonlight tear represents physical manifestation of your creation circumstances, she informed Goku after completing examination. Crystallized essence from cosmic alignment when interdimensional warrior provided genetic material merged with divine lunar energy. She returned artifact to Selene's careful custody before continuing. Its resonance with your unique energy signature provides both confirmation of specific origin parameters and completion catalyst for developmental integration. The NOLD GE transfer it facilitated represents final component necessary for conscious access to your dual heritage capabilities. Meaning I can transform at will now, Goku translated with characteristic directness, without needing the full moon as trigger. Precisely, Artemis confirmed. Though lunar radiation still provides significant amplification potential, conscious transformation access now functions independently from celestial catalyst requirement. Her silver eyes studied him with complex expression combining divine assessment with something more personal. You have successfully completed quest parameters despite significant opposition. The artifact's retrieval and integration represent important milestone in your developmental sequence. We had help, Goku acknowledged with characteristic humility. Selene's magical expertise and Clarissa's combat experience proved essential for mission success. Something almost resembling approval flickered across divine features at his inclusive recognition rather than personal accomplishment focus. Your companions demonstrated impressive capability integration despite diverse specialty parameters, Artemis acknowledged, Silver Eye's briefly assessing Selene and Clarisse with divine precision. She returned attention to Moonlight Tear still held within Selene's careful grasp. The artifact's awakened state requires appropriate containment parameters. Its resonance with your energy signature suggests personal custody represents most effective security protocol. Selene transferred crystalline formation to Goku with careful precision. Magical senses monitoring energy fluctuations during custody transition. The artifact pulsed briefly with intensified luminescence as his hands closed around silver-gold structure, resonance connection strengthening through direct physical contact. It feels familiar somehow, Goku observed as energy flowed between crystalline formation and his own signature. Like something that was always part of me without realizing. The Moonlight Tear contains fundamental essence components from your creation circumstances, Artemis explained. Its resonance represents connection to Origina, L energy matrix that facilitated your existence. She gestured toward Big House with divine authority. Complete debriefing requires appropriate documentation for strategic assessment. The enemy's specific interest in both you and the artifact suggests coordinated objectives beyond simple acquisition parameters. As they walked toward Command Center for formal mission reporting, Goku studied Moonlight Tear with newfound understanding. The crystalline formation represented physical manifestation of his unique heritage, silver divine essence and gold warrior lineage merged into harmonious manifestation rather than competing elements. Like himself, Not divided between disparate aspects but rather integrated, being representing something beyond simple combination. Neither fully divine nor simply enhanced mortal, but rather bridge between frameworks with potential exceeding conventional limitation parameters. The artifact pulsed gently within his grasp, silver gold energy responding to his thoughtful assessment. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever this mysterious mistress intended regarding his existence, he faced them now with completed understanding rather than fragmented insights. Grandfather would have appreciated the symmetry. Knowledge providing foundation for power rather than power seeking justification through knowledge. As sunset painted western sky with crimson and gold, silver moonlight simultaneously rose from eastern horizon, balanced illumination representing his dual heritage in cosmic manifestation. Silver and gold, separate elements unified through harmonious integration. Like himself. Chapter 3 End. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.